the next thing I'm going to do, I must sit under this man again. Please help me celebrate Mr. Chinedu. Please help me welcome. Today is a testimony of a young guy, young boy, out of a family of 7, and happens to be the last child. Never hoped and never saw himself standing in front of people because the opportunities that was before him was not that open. Going through all of the processes and going through all of the gaps that we saw, we decided that we're not going to remain small. I had so many gaps, went through so much. When I mean we went through so much. And there were days we were staying in uncompleted building. There were days that I wouldn't want my classmates to see me going to school because the river I'm going to fetch water, man, is that same road my classmates are passing to come to this place, to come to the school. There were days that when rain is falling, the roof of the house would be blown off, so water would be coming inside the house. And you just wake up and see water reaching you here. There were days that we really saw food to eat. But I can tell you that in the midst of where challenges lie, that is where greatness is. If you sit down and look at the challenges, you look down and see all of the things that are not working, and you count yourself that things are not going to work, then you will remain average. All through the journey, I've seen individuals, worked with individuals, people who just saw me and believed in me, and believed in what I can do, and just they were an instrument to where I'm standing together today. It is not something I think I can do, but I want to say thank you to God for planting all the way from my university. I remembered my university days. I was the director of socials. I met my mentor, Dr. Chinedu, there. Please, can we put our hands together for him? And I wanted to host events. I'll just go to him. He'll just say, okay, let's do it this way, let's do it this way. And he'll go out of his mouth to make things work for me. And I remember after university again, I wanted to do an online webinar. I met Dr. Shedrack. Dr. Shedrack just, boom, he just came. And my job, where I work my 9 to 5, I didn't actually submit any CV. It was a recommendation by Dr. Shedrack. And I've been working there now for 5 years. Just say, go, don't worry, we'll make it happen. And I've been working with them for 5 years. Now, long story cut short, I want to tell everyone seated here that what you're going through, it's not the end of you. What you're going through is the beginning of the greatness that is lying in you. If you settle for less, then you're not ready for greatness. We planned all this program and there was nothing in the pocket. But today here we are, the event is holding. You are seated here, I'm seated here, it's already a success. Once again, please can we put our hands together for ourselves? Finally, I want to say thank you for showing up. I have my family members here, my friends, and every one of you seated here. I want to say thank you for coming. I love you. Sit and enjoy this program. Please, don't just listen, because this is Unleash Your Leadership Potential Conference 2025. Thank you, and God bless you.
Hello everyone, if you're clapping, please clap well. Clap well for our convener. It's not easy to host a conference in the city of Abuja. Is it? Please, have any of us done a conference before? No, this is not a beef. It's just to know whether you've had the experience, because it's not a walk in the park. So please clap again for our convener. You know, I love when we connect. Thank you so much for that. I love when we connect. I love when we come together as young people. We don't just come and then go that way. Meet someone. There are so many people I have worked with. I met them at events like this. And most times, some people will just dress casually. You won't even know what they carry or what they are doing out there because they wouldn't have it on their forehead, right? So it's very important you get to know the person sitting next to you. Ask them their name. If they are students, ask them which school. But tomorrow you may be looking for someone that attends that school or someone in that school. And you remember, oh, I met so and so person at Unleash Your Leadership Potential Conference. So it is non-negotiable. Try your best to connect with the person sitting next to you. Are we good? Are we good? It seems we are not happy. I love us to have the energy of young people. We are young. DJ, I think you should play a little soft music for us. Stand up for the champion, for the champion. Stand up. DJ, are you with us? Just a soft music so that we are young people. We are not supposed to be sitting like we are in our 80s, right? We are young people. We need to shake our body. DJ.
I love DJ Dad.
DJ guys, the fast selector, special number 1 entertainment.
So DJ is not getting the song we want to.
Don't sleep, don't sleep. Wake up.
Oh yeah, please, let's stand and just shake our body.
Wake up.
Just shake your body. We are young people. Collect your body. Don't take a selfie of yourself dancing. I mean, we are young people, don't be shy. Hey, come on. Hey, just stand up and shake your body. Thank you, DJ. Good, so far, so good. So we'll be calling on our first speaker for today. This is a phenomenal person, and you were here when our host introduced him. He's someone that is very intentional about young people, see them thrive, and ensuring that they also get to the top. It's very rare to find people who have gone ahead that are willing to throw down the rope and carry other young people along. Ladies and gentlemen, if your heads are not too heavy and you intend to get to the top and you're ready to welcome our first speaker, let's make welcome Dr. Shedrack. Please, if you are clapping, while he comes on stage, we have the media play his profile. If you're clapping, please clap, 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 clap.
What am I supposed to do exactly?
Dr. Akpan Twese Shedrack is a veterinarian, social entrepreneur, and change agent. with over 7 years of experience in animal health, agriculture, digital innovation, and youth empowerment. He is the founder of the Vet Connect, a digital animal health platform providing access to animal health care for livestock farmers and pet owners across Africa, with a vision to reach 5 million Africans by 2030. As community managers lead at Mind the Gap, Shadrach has trained over 30,000 youths in digital skills. His leadership at Nigeria Youth SDGs Network drove key initiatives like the Youth Dialogue 2019 and Skills for Employment program. He also spearheaded the Benway Agribusiness Innovation Hub, impacting hundreds of rural farmers and young innovators. At 2023 Mandela Washington Fellow and 2024 MasterCard Fast Fellow, Dr. Shadrach has earned multiple honors for his contributions to entrepreneurship and food systems transformation. He continues to mentor entrepreneurs and startups across Africa, championing sustainable development through innovation and strategic leadership. Our fellow youths, ladies and gentlemen, if your hands are not so busy, let's give a round of applause for our first speaker for tonight, Dr. Shadrach Abbas.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so I want to request that we take our seats if we are not the ushers, which have to move around. The presentation I'm about to make is seeking to build the premise upon which everything happening here for the next couple of hours will be happening. Can you take me back to my first slide? Let's wait for it to come up. And before I even begin, can we put our hands together again for Odetayo Maiwa? Platforms are powerful. And if you understand the power that platforms can avail you as an individual, you will take them very seriously. There is so much you can do as an individual. But when you are offered a platform and you understand the power that it carries within it, there's no limit to what you can achieve. What Maiwa has done is to build a platform that is now giving so many young people opportunities to be able to find expression and purpose. There's nothing more powerful than that. And today, I'm delighted for the opportunity also extended to me to speak to us. The team is speaking for itself, unleash your leadership potentials. And I want to zoom in on equipping tomorrow's leaders today. Is something wrong with the screen? Okay. And I would begin my presentation with what. So how many of us know who is on the screen? Who? And he said in a book he wrote, The Trouble with Nigeria, that the trouble with Nigeria is simply and squarely a failure of leadership. Perhaps you can relate to the context of this statement personally or collectively, as they say. But I want us to be able to appreciate it at a very personal level. And that is why it's important for me to build your mindset now as we move forward, because perhaps you were just invited to come for this conference and you felt this would be a good way to spend my Sunday afternoon. What I want you to ask yourself, sitting where you are, is why should this matter to me and what do I hope to take out of here? And in building that premise, we will all agree that leadership has been a challenge in our country. And when I take you through some historical context, you'll be able to appreciate that more. But more than anything, what I'm hoping we would achieve more is not necessarily to whine or lament about the challenges that already exist, but to see how as people we can be able to take that responsibility, because I'm hoping that my conversation today is to people who are either leaders in themselves or potential leaders. So it will fit that, that category that I'm talking about. Today, we're not going to talk about the fact that people are not doing well. We want to ensure to know what it takes for you to be an effective leader. And so let me give you a bit of historical context. Take yourself back to the 14th century. That was the era when the Arabs invaded Africa. You know, they came in, they took a lot of Africans, especially across Eastern Africa, as slaves. And one of the brutal things that happened at that time was that when they took these men, they ensured that they could not procreate again. So what did they do? They castrated them. That era went past, but it cost Africans millions of their people on the continent. Shortly after that came the European countries. In Nigeria, England were the ones who were colonized by them. You know, they came in, they also did their own part. And then eventually that one ended. We now came to start clamoring for independence. Nigeria, for instance, got her independence in 1960. But follow the trajectory from 1960 to the few years that came afterwards. We can argue that something happened across Africa, and not just Nigeria, across other African countries that showed like Africa was going to work. We hear our fathers tell us stories where we had pipe-borne water. Sometimes we even walk around places and we know that there was something in this place that used to work. We see train lines that used to work before, and then suddenly something happened and these things fell apart. And you will now agree that what Chinua Achebe said isn't out of place. Now to the post-independence Africa. Now that we have established and said, yes, there's a failure, what does that behold of us as young people? Should we continue saying that the old guard should go away? Is that even how leadership works? And I'm hoping that by the end of my conversation, we'll be able to understand that there's a certain direction that we must take as a people if we are going to be able to truly unleash that leadership potential that is inherent in all of us. When it comes to the leadership that Nigeria deserves, we must look across three premises. First is self-leadership. Some of you might have heard of the concept of leadership without a title. The first form of leadership you must administer as a person is leadership to yourself. It's the decision that you took to be in this hall. It's the decision that you took that you're going to read a book. It's the decision that you took that you need to be able to meet with people who can contribute or advance your life forward. If you have failed at personal leadership, you have no business leading someone else. Next will be service, leadership that must be service-oriented. When you think about leadership, we would argue, and argue rightly so, that a bulk of the leaders that we have in Nigeria today are leading to self-advertise themselves. They are leading to be able to accumulate our common wealth for personal gains. That is the mindset that we must flip. To know that as young people, if we are going to give Nigeria the leadership it deserves, it must come from the premise of service. And then leadership that takes responsibility. And when you think about responsibility, like they say, everyone complains until they are asked what a solution is, then the room goes quiet. You must understand that if you are going to be an effective leader, you must embrace responsibility for the leadership that you're taking. What that means is that if you fail, it's on you. If you succeed, it's on us. So when you look at it that way, it absorbs you of that tendency to blame everyone but yourself around why things are not working. And I will try to give you what I call 6 tools you need in your leadership toolkit. Because you see, leadership, it's in itself not, a tea party. If you do not effectively equip yourself, you cannot succeed on this journey of leadership. And the first tool is the mindset of possibility. A leader that cannot see what lies before him or her in terms of grabbing as an opportunity that maximizes good potential for him or herself and the rest of the people that they are surrounded with is no leader. So if you are a leader and you think Nigeria is broken and is beyond solving, then you are not a leader. If you are a leader and you think that Nigeria is a dump site and our currency is rubbish and nothing is happening here that should be worth celebrating, then you're not a leader. You must ask yourself, the reality of Nigeria today, what opportunity does it present? And I can tell you for free that it presents a lot of opportunity. The interesting thing about the land from which you come from is that it does not leave a ceiling above your head. It doesn't matter what part of the world you run to today. There's a limit to which you rise in such an environment. And think about it for a minute. How many of us jackpot to the USA to go and build apps? We jackpot there that maybe we're going to study, we're going to pick up a job, we're going to survive. But this is the land that offers us that opportunity to be able to solve the plethora of problems that encircle us as a country. So the first tool you must embrace is the one that shows you having the mindset of possibilities. And then secondly would be, my slide is not moving. The power of lifelong learning. What you don't have, you can't give. It's a basic principle. So what that means is that if your level of awareness is here, this is the much you can rise anybody to. And that is why as leaders, it's incumbent on us to continuously elevate the level of knowledge that we carry. And what I see most times amongst young people is that we are in a hurry to paint an illusion of being an ocean when in reality you are just a stream. And let me explain. If you see an ocean and you fall into an ocean, you're going to sink to the bottom of it. But if you step into a stream, you might literally just be walking through it. So what we do is we spread ourselves across everything, you know. So we call it hustling. We say, let me do this one, let me do this one. I don't know which one. Something will come out of it. So what we end up doing is we lose focus and we do not narrow down anything. So even the one you think you're doing when you're sized, we just see the impression of an ocean. But when we step into you, you are just as shallow as a stream. So you must embrace continuous learning, embrace mentorship opportunities like Ivy League offers, so that as a young person, you can continually tap into the wealth of knowledge that it offers. You see, a lot of young people are incredibly smart. But one of the failures I also see in the younger generation is the mistake of taking off on their own. There's an African proverb that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go with people. So as a young person, if you've figured out the path for yourself, the next critical thing to do is to find that person who will guide you on it. That's why intelligence without experience can still lead to your downfall. So it's not enough for you to take off alone. Find someone who you're going to be able to attach to give you that guidance. And that is where the logic of lifelong learning comes in. And then practical application. We live in an era where a lot of people want to bask in theoretical things. You must embrace the logic of always finding ways to translate knowledge. And one way to translate knowledge is in open, practical places like this. What have you learned? How well have you tested to validate it before you can be able to take that next step? Next is digital fluency. And this is across, whether it's technology literacy, digital innovation, or online influence. You cannot, as a young person in today's world, fail to embrace what the digital world offers. I see a lot of young people who, unfortunately, are heavy consumers of technology, and that is the end of it. The same person who will teach you everything that is happening on Facebook or TikTok cannot spin off a basic Google form. Or probably will tell you, I've never heard of it. You must understand that these are some of the things that the world will measure you by. So whether it's on basic literacy to understand how the digital space works, or when it's in terms of digital innovation where you're building solutions that impact the society you come from, or even trying to drive your influence online in terms of the impact that you can make, you must find your place. Thirdly, it's going to be the power of collaboration. Fourthly, the power of collaboration. Are you a lone ranger or you are a team player? It's a question you must ask and answer. We live in a celebrity era. Everybody wants their name on the door. But the real world embraces collaboration. In fact, people who compete are at the bottom of the chain. At this level, people are collaborating. So when you see the big names across the world and you think they are fighting or competing against each other, you're making a mistake. So you must understand the nitty-gritties of collaboration and how you can be able to tap into that enormous resource. And you do not just collaborate randomly. You must find alignment. You must be able to build networks. You must be able to leverage it. And collaboration mostly comes from a place of service. You cannot call yourself a collaborator when every time all you're seeking is how you're going to get from people without giving back. Next would be integrity. Loyalty, integrity, hard work, trustworthiness. Now we say it's smart work, not hard work. It's hard work all the same. You cannot put in 5 hours and somebody puts in 5 days and you say you are the same level. You're not. We celebrate the lives of Usain Bolt, who averaged 10 seconds for his track record. Yet the man put in way over 10 years of non-stop practice. So you cannot suddenly want to cheat the system and put a front about something that you are not. So you must imbibe integrity. It is in short supply and people are looking for it. We live in a very transactional society. So you must, as a leader who is going to add value to the system that you seek to serve, imbibe and build the culture of integrity. It is something that must never ever be negotiated. Finally, the principle over precedence must always stay in your mind. Principle over precedence. Has it been done before? Should not be the reason why you shouldn't do it. Can it be done? Should be the principle that should guide it. When the Wright brothers finally invented the aeroplane, some scientists in that era said that the peak of innovation or the peak of invention had already been met. Some of the things you want to do in life, your limitation is because you're saying it has not been done before. But the question you should be asking yourself is, do we have principles that support it? If the principles support it, then you need to be able to move forward. It is in moving forward that you can be able to validate whatever idea it is that you're trying to test. It is incredibly important for you to understand that, because some of the limitations we have today is simply and squarely to say that, yes, no one has done it before. No, in my family, no one has gone to the university before. In my family, no one has been able to study to a particular level. But does the society or does the system or does the principle support it? If the answer is yes, then you must always prioritize principles over precedence. There's a very important question every generation must ask. And that question is, what kind of leaders will you become? Whether you choose to be the set of leaders that we have complained about, like Chinua Achebe said, or you choose to be the one that is different, it's up to you. But understand fundamentally that for Africa, we can continue to wail over a failing system all we want. And think for a moment, when we even say that it doesn't matter, I will find my way and leave this country, who do you think will hurt in the long run? The system that we admire today, and let me not even talk about the US. Let's come back home to Africa. Think about Rwanda. Rwanda is a country that in the 90s experienced a genocide that took away over 2 million people. How small Rwanda is, yet it is the envy of Africa today. So tell me what differentiates them. Leadership. So if you are going to be that leader that emerges today and makes the system better, you must ask yourself fundamentally, what are you going to do differently? It cannot be the same attitude where you're saying, I'll wait for my time. Because if you fail to plan, you're already planning to fail. And in that process, if you think that usefulness is a strategy in itself, it is not. We have seen youth who have been given opportunities and have messed up the system. Some people have said they will not work with young people because they argue that young people lack integrity. So are you going to be that example that gives us a reason to think otherwise? So in building that leader of tomorrow, in embracing the opportunity that this conference provides for you in unleashing your leadership potential, this is the fundamental question you must ask. What kind of leader are you going to be? And more importantly too, our world is a world that is going to be driven by questions. You can seek all the answers you want in the world, but if you want to make impact, that impact you're seeking is on the other side of a question. And that is why David Cochrane said that the world we live in is built by the questions we ask. You must be that young person who is consistently asking questions, and not just random questions, structured questions that stimulate your mind to ask. How can the system be better? How can I contribute to it? How can I take self-responsibility to make the world better? How can I ensure that for all the wrong things that they say about my country, Nigeria, I am that shining light? Most times we undermine the power of one man. But in realizing that one man can truly make a big change in our world, we make it better. So today I challenge you. What kind of leader would you be? Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. That was a powerful speech. Please, let us keep clapping. Please, let us keep clapping. That was so powerful. And then there's one thing that I know that I'm going to leave here with as I go is that integrity builds trust. God, as leaders, we don't understand that. As youth, we don't understand that. But working with integrity is what builds trust. And trust builds you in systems that make you build solutions that are sustainable for future generations. So, you see, integrity is like the foundation for any sustainable kind of leadership. And that's one thing I'm going to move with. And also, principles come before precedence. God, that was another very powerful reminder that leadership isn't just about results, but it is about sustaining the values that the next generation can ride upon. Thank you so much, Dr. Shedrack. I couldn't have asked for a better opening speech today. As that is out, we are going to be welcoming our next speaker. We are going to be building on that momentum. I hope everybody's following me because me, I'm following you. I'm not just here to do it, I am following, I'm also in you. So we're going to be building on that momentum. We're going to be welcoming our next speaker in person of Dr. Chiedu Ife-Kandu. Please, can we give a very, very big clap if your hands are not so busy, if your voices are not down, please, you can also raise your voice for this powerful figure as he comes on stage. Dr. Chiedu is concluding his second PhD in development communications. He is a playwright, teacher, developmental expert with over 17 years and a researcher. He previously worked with a US research organization called Population Council. He has been teaching for free at the Federal University of Latvia since 2018 at both undergraduate and postgraduate levels. His other work experiences include being a lead research consultant for GMP Plus research in Nigeria and Kenya, as well as WHO, PEPF, and AR funded researches. Dr. Ife-Kandu is a scholarship recipient of Harm Reduction Academy and had fellowships in Australia, India, Kenya, and South Africa. He is a huge fan of Enyimba, Real Madrid, and enjoys his quiet time playing with dogs, reading autobiographies, and taking a long walk. My fellow youths, ladies and gentlemen, if your hands are not so busy, please, let's make welcome our very interesting mentor today, Dr. Chinedu.
Thank you so much. I'll start by apologizing. You see the seat on the stage. I'm not feeling too well. I had a terrible food poisoning. Yeah, I've been stooling for more than 12 times, so, and then had to embark on a long trip from Lafayette, which is about 4 hours to this place. Okay? So at any point I feel tired, I'm going to sit, but if the spirit permits me, I'm going to stand. So in case you see me sit, it's not because I feel too big, it's because I am feeling terribly weak. So, may I start first and foremost to congratulate the fellow panelists for making out time to speak at this occasion. Despite long quantity of activities that screams your attention, but you chose to be here today. I commend you. Thank you so much. And to Ivy League, finding us worthy in a country of 200 million persons to be the ones to speak at this occasion. Thank you so much for putting up this event. And to you, the vibrant audience, thank you so much for showing up. Okay? Thank you so much. My prayer is that my presentation within the next less than 20 minutes will make you feel that Sunday has been well spent with us. So, when I was reached out to do justice to this topic, the power of digital storytelling for social change, my first impulse was a fusion of two disciplines very dear to my heart. Storytelling has a link to theater and media. Yes, it's always funny for people to understand how somebody who studied theater and media has ended up being a researcher. That's a story for another day. And down to PhD in development communication. Then social change has a link and aligns with sociology. That's where I have my other PhD. Okay? So I feel, because I have also done about 3 or 4 researches within my academic journey that has to do with virtual spaces and then social change. So I feel that this is the area of my strength. My name is Chinedu, and I'm glad there's a Chinedu. So the story behind this Chinedu, removing the N, is a story maybe at the end of this presentation. Okay? So once again, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, because I can see very young persons in the room. And as my craft in sociology would require me to do, for non-binary conforming individuals in the room. So whatever you identify, I respect that. Okay, while we're still waiting for the screen to come up. So my presentation is going to flow like this. Well, it's not moving. Okay. So my presentation will flow like this. I'm going to discuss what we call the social change. Thereafter, we'll deepen our understanding on what storytelling is all about, digital storytelling is all about. Then we'll get to know how to be involved in digital storytelling. Where do we even start? Of course, look at global and local context where it's being used, and as well, opportunities in digital storytelling. Then conclusion. And the most important part of this presentation for me, as a development communication expert, would be your feedback. So, if you agree with me, we'll roll. Social change. This word has actually been thrown around by almost everybody in this room. You know, not the social change, but change itself. We sparingly use change in every space of life. When you are being given a task in the office and the task is not favorable to you, you usually walk to your supervisors to ask for a change of task or team members to work with you. When you were getting ready for today's presentation, today's occasion, you had a dress in mind what to dress up for. And after putting on the dress, You gaze at yourself in the mirror. You do not like what you are saying. You request from yourself a change of dress. Now, let's take it to sports. When our team is playing, please don't count me. This season, Real Madrid is not doing well, so keep it by the side. I can imagine myself so many times this season when Real Madrid is losing, I'll be screaming on top of my lungs as if I'm in Santiago Bernabeu. Ancelotti, change formation, change the players. And you all do this to your various clubs. You know, so we use this word sparingly without even digging deep what change is all about. But for this afternoon, the organizers have actually added a preface to this to give it a specific bearing, and that is social. So what does social change mean? So social change, if you look at social change completely, for us sociology, we define social change as a constantly occurring phenomenon through which society, social structures and institutions are being reconstructed, undergoing cultural transformation. I know that you'll be like, doctor has come again. Let me unpack this. Okay? So, when we talk about social structures, we are talking about those fabrics of everyday life. Think about marriage. Think about family values. Think about your political ideology. Think about sexuality. Think about so many things. These are the things, governance, their economic principles. You know, some of us believe that when we make money, we'll spend it lavishly, it will come again. Some believe that the money you get, you invest it. These are your social structures, and it's as a result of coming in contact with other people. And this made one of the renowned sociologists, Emil Jones, to say that social change happens when social processes, social interaction, social organization, and of course, social patterns encounter modification through their everyday unfolding. Let me unpack again. If you look at, just imagine what a marriage right would look like in your community 200 years ago. So take a moment to think about it. As a result of social interactions, you begin to see that 200 years ago, there was nothing like Ashemi. There was nothing like a pre-wedding photo, bridal shower, and the likes of them. In fact, there was nothing like a white wedding. But through colonization, vis-a-vis Christianity, we bought white wedding. And I can imagine couples saying, it will not happen. We must have a white wedding. If we are not having a white wedding, it will not happen. This marriage is over. And these things happen because we came in interaction with other cultures, and that began to give birth to this. Let me go back again to sports. Think about football matches 20 years ago. Football matches without goal line technology. Football matches without video-assisted referees. And this was made possible when football came in, had an interaction with other sports. Ice hockey, that have been utilizing goal line technology for years. Basketball and athletics. So you can imagine how it's changed over time now. But interestingly, social change can actually be unpacked into two. Okay? Social change can actually be categorized into two. So when you look at social change being categorized into two, one comes in a slow and steady pattern. That's evolutionary. And let me explain evolutionary. Now think about a young man in the late 90s, early 2000s, and today. While in school for my undergraduate studies, what was ready for us was barbing skin cut, have a skin cut, baggy jean, sleeveless. It later moved to afro. Over time, without shouting, it came to tight trousers like most of you we are putting on, and people in my generation will be wondering how you fit into those clothes. And then you can imagine a young man who has his hair, long plaiting of hair with attachments, walking into my very own Anglican church in 2003. He will be sent back home. But evolutionary, we've come to accept that men can paint their nails, men can actually wear earrings, men can actually wear, in fact, these days we see people wear skirts. That's evolutionary. Then there's this other one that comes in the speed of light, in the geometrical progression, and that's revolutionary. A good example is the Arab Spring. Please try and read. Arab Spring happened in 2013 in the Middle Eastern nations of the world, where the youth took to the street. Someone in Tunisia set himself on fire and recorded it and posted on Facebook to protest bad governance in Tunisia. And the people of Tunisia took to the street and they dethroned the government. In fact, while they are doing that, Egypt followed suit and Egypt dethroned their government. The same happened to Libya. Whether we are talking about evolutionary or revolutionary, one thing you need to understand is that one of mankind's biggest inventions, that's technological advancement vis-a-vis the internet, has been the tool for both evolutionary or revolutionary to thrive. And Lenski, one of the biggest sociologists, actually opined that the internet is what the pinch that the society holds in this 21st century. They make environments to shift, and that the threat to the society is this very day. Now, let me explain this again. In 2010, there are just 33 million internet users in Nigeria. Now, 2024, there are 123 internet users in Nigeria. You see the surge. And what you should be very much interested is that people use their mobile phones, so they don't need to use the laptops here. You can access it in the toilet, you can access it everywhere. In fact, like I always tell people, when I'm traveling abroad, the fact that where you get to buy if I'm using Fly Emirates, you are selling their voucher for you to browse and get to the country you're going. So you can even use it airborne. Now, another part that should bother you also is that most of these people, 7 in every 10 of them, are persons below the age of 35. The question you should ask yourself now is that who are they chatting with? They're interacting with over 2 billion persons worldwide who are actually on the internet. Yes. And through that patterns, through that interactions, we are adopting a lot of things from those communities. The fun fact, you can imagine Facebook informing us to submit our phones, all your phones. You can imagine them asking us to drop the phone here, and they will not give it back to us till after 7 days. I can hear more. But let's even heighten the threat. You can imagine Nigerian government shutting down the internet for 1 month. So it begins to tell you how, for people before year 2000, what they were living their best life. People in 1999, 1995, we thought we were living our best life. But look at it now. You can't do without your phone being off for more than 2 hours. So, now let's go to digital storytelling. So, digital storytelling, these days we feel more connected to stories, events, information around us more than ever. Just last week, most of us became doctors in theology. We got to know everything about the late Pope Francis and how to elect the new Pope, Pope Leo XIV. Everybody flew to the screen. We were behaving as if we were in Vatican. because of internet. Every information you need about the late Francis, in fact, all of us start defending him. Most of us start defending him. He's a champion of human rights because of internet brought into our doorsteps. Now you begin to look at it by so doing, using the internet. Some of us become evolutionary. Evolutionary in the sense that when you post a particular dress, say this dress makes sense, die. This is the dress I'm going to rock to my matriculation. You are actually making use of some elements of digital storytelling. Some of us have also become revolutionary. Most of us did it last week. Free VDM. Free VDM now. Government will know that it's not alone. Will take to the streets. You were incorporating elements of digital storytelling. So digital story is simply a combo of different materials. A combo of different materials, whether primary or secondary data. Let me also explain primary and secondary data. Primary data are the ones you went to collect yourself. Let's say you are doing a documentary on university, and then you interview me, and then you use that clip in your digital story. That's the primary data. Secondary is the one you pick someone has done before, and you are using that. Okay? So it is important for us to know what digital story is all about and what is not. So digital story combines lots of narrative. So you need to understand that when it's about digital story, you are looking at people with the same issue, people with the same thematic area. You are collating that story to make it more sense. You are collating different materials. Some will be videos, some will be just audio recording, some will be a chat, some will be data collected in the field. So you're probably going to put a bar chart or something. But it must be something that is relatable to the people. You have to listen to understand and not listen to respond. Our same people who want to do digital story, because we are passionate about sexual violence, and you are bringing your personal emotions into it. You start the video by saying all men should be castrated, or women are gold diggers. For you, if you want to do a digital story on gender-based violence or intimate partner violence, you have to listen to people. Don't shut down the people when you are gathering your information. Let them speak. Let them speak. So when you speak, you even hear what they are not saying. You through verbal expression, non-verbal expression, you hear. It's not about creating media. It's about creating meaning. So let me explain. Do not think about digital storytelling, well, especially the Gen Zs in the room, about cloud chasing. I'm going to do video that will go viral. No, that shouldn't be your first task. You have to do a video that resonates with people and that should bring attention of those people directly affected to speak up and those people in governance decision making to take action. So this is what meaning is all about. It's not about I did video, man, I woke up, 4 million people have viewed it. It's not. Then it's about helping people raise their voices. People pass through a lot, but they may not be able to speak up. A good example is when the Me Too movement started in America. So seeing that so many times women have been sexually molested and they were not speaking up till one person spoke up and they used digital storytelling. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So, the next one is that you should understand that digital storytelling is not about campaigning for US election in 2020 and 2024, digital storytelling was used for propaganda. They utilize it very well, depending on who you are following. From the traditional media, Fox for the Republican, CNN for the Democrats. They were telling us, if Americans vote for this particular candidate, we are going to enter trouble. We are going to enter trouble. Some of them are true, some of them were exaggerated. Think about the war in Ukraine. Think about Israel-Gaza story. Digital story, Israel will do their own video to show. When you watch CNN so many times, they will tell you the stories of Israelis that were killed in the Gaza war. When you tune to Al Jazeera, they will tell you human-centered stories that has to do with the Palestinians. So it's left for you to take decision. And so many people will be shouting, and this has led to so many people being deported from the US because they are shouting that America should act. And the president is putting them on the next available flight back to wherever they come from. Let's also look at Nigeria. If you begin to think about digital storytelling in Nigeria, here in Abuja, Ordinary Ahmed has actually used, Ordinary President has used digital storytelling a lot. So if you begin to think about, you will see that he invites people to his show, they tell their stories. And the story resonates with everybody. If you're in a taxi, people will be doing sharp. And then they will invite, they will also get those people in governance attention. Because let's say you see that Ordinary Ahmed is inviting police to come to the studio to defend their action. This is digital storytelling. Don't ask me where I stand, but as a scholar, this person can actually be identified as a digital storytelling. Yeah, oh my God, the one and only very dark man. So he first play video. When he's done, he said, all right. So he has used the video to provoke you to take action. And people will begin to talk about this country, corruption full everywhere. And then you'll be like, this guy is the voice of the masses. In football, I've seen people who have utilized Facebook and the likes to invite so many persons to Nigerian stadium to watch football. I've also seen digital storytelling was utilized during the NSAS protest. When they played the video of that young man that was killed, all of us got interested. The slide's not coming on. Huh? Because the next slide I want to show, I'm probably better off when it's been displayed, but I'm going to try my best to adjust it. So if you are thinking about getting into digital storytelling, the very first thing you should be thinking about is conducting a research. Well, I know Nigerian State Research. I tell you, as a teacher, when I counsel students' projects, I always see them as if it's the end of the world. So the research in this context is that if you are thinking of a thematic area to work on, maybe voters card for the young people to obtain voters card. Maybe you are thinking about sexual-based violence. Maybe you are thinking about cyber fraud. Do your research. You may be emotional because it happened to somebody you know, but you find out that when you look at data that is available, you find out that it's not a problem. Work with other people, gather those information to work with them. Then the next one is that when you gather the materials, you begin to think about collaboration, networking, people that you need to work with. There are stories that may not resonate with people because you're a common man. You may have to pick somebody who is an authority in that field. Let me give you an example. There was a work we were doing, and we were talking about how to prevent young people from getting HIV. Myself and my team just felt that we should involve Aproko Doctor. Because once you see video on Aproko Doctor, you know that he's going to incorporate elements of entertainment. It's going to make you smile, but at the same time, it's passing message, and more people will watch it. So when you're networking, there are issues that you want to talk about. It may not be the brain behind it. Just like the last speaker said that if we go in group, we go far. I also add to that voice and say that, just like my grandmother would always say, if we be together, it forms. So in that regard is that collaborate with other people and then you get to see what you're doing. The next one is that think about the tools you are going to utilize. Where to disseminate it. Maybe the digital story you are doing will thrive better being on Facebook, but because you're a TikTok person, you feel that you should post it on TikTok. Maybe what you are discussing in your digital story, they do well with TV or radio. But you feel that I'm going to take this. You can imagine when you're talking about out of school youth and you're taking it to TikTok. People will clap for you, but most persons who are going to take these decisions are other people who are in government. If you have ever walked into some of these big guys' office, you find that their TV is always either the state-owned TV or the NTA. If at all they will watch CNN, you see that they're watching NTA, like, why are they watching? That's where government passes information for them. Okay? Okay. So I'm almost done. So, next one is that think about getting a feedback. If you do a digital storytelling and it doesn't work well, it doesn't mean that you failed. Please have this at the back of your mind, that when you do something, it doesn't work. You learn, you don't fail. So it will empower you to do better the next time. Sit down, analyze it, and see where the thing did not go well. And build from that. You get to better. The last but not the least, that's where I'm going to conclude, is that there are so many thematic areas we should think about. People say we have explored every opportunity. I said no. Digital storytelling can lead you to places you never imagined. In 2016, I was living, that was when I moved to Nasarawa. And I chose to research on the specific drug people are actually misusing in Nasarawa State. So during that period, I came in contact with a particular drug that is specific to the area. Let me explain it in a nutshell. So I found out that when I went to the drug pump, those people who use drugs, there's a particular place they normally stay. So when I went there, I found out that they have plenty lizards in the cage. I was wondering what they're using the lizards. So I asked, this is why you should do research. And they got to tell me that the lizard dump, that's the shit from the lizard. They collect it, dry it, and then smash it. When they smash it, then they mix it with methylated spirit, and then scratch. I can see squeezing your face. It's not that hard. Then scratch the leg of a matchbox. You know that part you try to light the gas or anything. They now put them together and draw it and get. So I did a digital story around this, and I got a fellowship. And that fellowship took me farther than I can ever imagine. So don't sit on one place and assume that everything that has to do has been done. Please dig deep. These are some of the areas you should consider for you to do digital storytelling. And it's not just like the experience. So I'll end by saying this video is going to even if just that's the digital storytelling resonates with and cause a social change. You've done well. Do not consider that way to social change. Digital storytelling that everybody's going to have you, everybody's going to change. But even if it's just people, we are past it. Thank you so much.
Please, if you're clapping, clap well. anything from this session? Did any of us learn anything like something new? Anything at all? Can you just wait? If you pick something, okay. I love a very interactive session because it will be of no use if we are just here and we don't have a take home. You just say it was very deep. It was valuable. Or what was valuable? You want to
Right. Good afternoon, everybody. I learned from. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Your name again, sir. Chiedu, sir. Okay, Dr. Chiedu. Thank you very much, sir. I learned about the power of intentional storytelling and then also using the power of digital media to amplify what we are saying. But aside doing that, the intention should not be just to get attention, but to change people's lives. So it doesn't matter who sees it or something, so long as I know that I'm changing a person's life, I am doing well. Thank you very much, sir.
Good. Thank you so much, sir. What's your name again?
Celestine.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Celestine. That was very concise and insightful. I myself too, I strongly believe in when you are able to reach one person, you have a tendency of reaching more people. If you can reach that one person that can reach the whole world, you've done your assignment. Do you know that someone actually taught someone like Wole Soyinka, Chimamanda Adichie, even our host here, Mr. Mayowa, someone taught them at some stage of their life. Do you know that that person may just be in one corner doing their life quietly? But today you are here because of the impact that person had in his life. Today you love Chimamanda Adichie, Wole Soyinka, and every other reputable person in the literary space solely because someone at some stage of their life took a chance on them, and the person didn't even know that they would be this big, but they invested in them. So from the session, Mr. Dr. Chiedu shared with us is very, very insightful, and I'm very certain that you took a lot home. Your videos are very important. Leverage platform. Don't say, I'm a LinkedIn person, or it's not LinkedIn, I will not go elsewhere. Maybe the kind of video you make tries better on TikTok. So try to find a platform that suits the kind of story you want to tell. People on Facebook love emotion. If you have a story that will move emotion, maybe you died and woke up, share it on Facebook, it will go viral. But if you are dancing and you have vibes, you have all these Gen Z vibes, go to TikTok, you try there. Then LinkedIn, you see the way I'm dressing. If you're someone that is very demure, very mindful, you thrive on LinkedIn. If your content is always how to thrive in the office space, how to do this, how to get international, go to LinkedIn, you will find your people there. So try to leverage platforms if you are someone who wants to use the media space to thrive in the aspect of storytelling. So before we welcome our next speaker, I want to do something, and it's to group us into three because we'll be playing a game shortly. I think we have about 4 rows. How are we going to do it? Because some people are more. However, it's not by number, it's by quality, right? So I'll be calling this team the visionary team. This is the visionary group. This is the innovative group. Take note, so that when we want to play our game, we will know those who are winning. Which group is this? Okay, this. Okay, these are the ones. Let's say resourceful. So you are the resourceful team. Then you are the courageous team. Are you with me? You know, qualities of leaders are what I'm giving you, because a leader must be resourceful, innovative, visionary, have a lot of vision, and as well be courageous. So that is what we are giving each and every one of us, or each and every one of the team. We are going to play a game. No team is greater than the other. Until we've played our game, we now know who is greater. Are we good? Are we good? So please, have you taken note of this team? This team is what? Courageous. And this team is what? This team is what? And great. Thank you so much. So before we welcome our next speaker, we'd like to have you have a sneak peek into one of the things we've done at Ivy Lead. because the host for today is Ivy League. So you get to have a sneak peek on what we do. Beyond this conference, we have other insightful and impactful projects we've done in the past. You can contribute in one way or the other, but at this point, we want to just give you a picture of what we do. Media.
It's a very good thing to be in a position of authority, and that's what leadership is all about. Leadership is not just when you find yourself in an organization and you're leading people. It's not just when you are actually pulling crowds to support you. But leadership is about commitment. Leadership is about selflessness. That ability to help people around you. That ability to make a difference. That's what leadership is all about. Before, I used to be very, very permissive. But when I came in contact with this prestigious leadership organization, it changed my perception about being permissive. It has actually taught me how to connect my skills, and when I see people smiling and I see people living a life that they should live, it is expected of them to lead a good life. So when I see them living that good life, it gives me the satisfaction that I've been able to make an impact in my environment. So leadership is about changing lives. Leadership is about ensuring that those around you live a comfortable life. So I encourage everyone to be a leader, no matter your status in the society, no matter how little you are a leader. I believe it brings the leader in you. It's a very good thing to be in a position of authority. Leadership is all about.
Are you clapping for Ivy League? This is one of the members of Ivy League. We are very big on leadership, and we are very intentional about ensuring that young people try in whatever level they find themselves to lead, whether as a class prefect, whether in your home where you're leading your siblings, whether at your workplace, wherever you are. If you're someone that can influence other people's life, like you can do something and other people will look up to you to do it. Or you are someone here that whenever you make a style of hair, everybody wants to make it. Whenever you started taking a certain course, you tell a certain number of persons they want to do that same course. Not entirely because they're interested, but solely because you are doing it. If you don't know, you are leading those small number of people at that level. So you have to be intentional about what you do, when you do it, and when you do it. Are we good? Are we together? Are we ready to receive our next speaker? All right. So the next speaker is someone who is widely read, who is also invested in young people. He's an academia as well. We will have the media read his bio so that you have a knowledge of the person you want to learn from. I love to listen when people's bio is being read because it gives me a knowledge of the person I'm about to listen to. I will know if maybe I'm having a emotional issue and this person wants to talk about emotions. I'll pay attention more because I feel like, oh, this person has my solution. Maybe this person wants to talk about storytelling. They want to talk about how to thrive in the media. Once I have a knowledge that this person has tried in that space, I will pay attention very well. Why? Because I'm very certain that they are coming with my answers. If it's in the church, you say they are coming with answers to my prayer. But we are in Unleash Your Leadership Conference, Leadership Potential Conference, so he's coming with our solution. Are we ready? Media, let's have it. Are we together, media?
Associate Professor David Ibokwe is a distinguished academic and clinical psychologist with over 18 years of experience in teaching and practice. He holds a BSc in psychology, MSc in clinical psychology, and PhD in psychology, all earned with distinction. He has taught psychology courses at various institutions, including Covenant University, now University of Nigeria, and Bayes University at Abuja, where he currently serves as head of the psychology department. His expertise extends to the corporate sector, having served as a visiting consultant clinical psychologist at Bennington Hospital, Victoria Island, Lagos, since 2017. He holds international affiliations, including being an international clinical affiliate with the Optium Health Solutions, United Kingdom. Previously, he served as Secretary of the Employee Assistance Professional Association, EAPA, Nigeria. He plays key roles in mental health advocacy and support, serving as National Coordinator of the Nigerian Mental Health Support Group, NMHSG, and Director of Mental Health Services at IDU Consulting Limited, Abuja. His prior experience includes working as a stress counselor with the World Health Organization, WHO, Nigeria Country Office, Abuja, a licensed clinical psychologist and practicing psychotherapist. Associate Professor David Ibokwe is renowned for his innovative, engaging, and dynamic teaching.
Ladies and gentlemen, please clap. Clap.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. It's good to be here this afternoon. I want to appreciate the organizers I need, and then I want to also appreciate the previous speakers and all of the other speakers lined up for today. And of course, most importantly, our guests. We wouldn't be here without you. Thank you for coming. Do you want to put your hands together for yourselves? Thank you. So this afternoon I'll be leading the conversation on the future of work, essential skills for young leaders. The future of work. Where are we headed in terms of work? The future of work. Before we start, I want us to do something very quickly. It will just take 1 minute. Please close your eyes. Hold on to your phones very well, but just close your eyes. Close your eyes. Think about your mother, your mom, and then just imagine that you are in 2035. And then it's the 1st of January 2035. A call comes through from mom. And then she says, Happy New Year. And you are saying to her back, Happy New Year, ma, or Happy New Year, mommy. We made it to the new year and all of that. I want you to come back now. And then this is 2025. Now, I sent you to 2035 to do something. And I will tell you what's going to happen in 2035, 10 years from now. According to experts, 10 years from now, we are going to have what we call 2-day work week. Just for 2 days. You go to the office only for 2 days. 2035. And then for some of us who think 2035 is so far from today, no. 2035 is just possibly 10 days away. Let me not say 10 years away, because when you say years, you think it's very long. According to Bill Gates, 2035, we're going to have a 2-day work week. It means you go to work only for 2 days. What are you going to do with the remaining 5 days? I'm sure some of us think it's easy. Oh, 5 days. Oh, I'll relax, chill with guys, hang out, do this, do that. You'll get extremely bored. In fact, during the public holidays, you know how it is. You have 3 more days, and then you are wondering, what am I doing with my time? What am I going to do with all of this time? So think for 1 minute about what you're going to do with your 5 days. 5 days of weekend. It is going to happen. It is as sure as the day. Many companies are already implementing 4 days of work. Japan is doing the same. they decided in order to increase their birth rate, that their workers will only be coming to work for 4 days and then use the other 3 days to help themselves, to increase the number of children in Japan. Yes, help themselves. So what will you do with all of the time that you have when you're going to have that time? That is the future of work. We're going to be working less because technology will be there to do everything. Technology will be there to do everything. Technology will be there to do everything. And Albert Einstein said something extremely profound. He said that we cannot solve our problems with a certain level of thinking that's created them. It means we have to change how we think, how we process information. Yesterday, I was extremely, I tried to read every time. So I was reading something. I had to go to my wife. And I told her, I said, see, last month, this guy conducted this interview and talked about this 2-day work week. And then he mentioned that in the next 10 years, some jobs won't be needed. And amongst all of the jobs he mentioned, he said that 2 major occupations will not serve any purpose again, will be useless. And guess what Bill Gates said? Teachers and doctors will be next to useless, so to speak. Do you know the sad part? I'm a teacher. The second sad part, my wife is a doctor. We're going to be hungry. We're going to go hungry. And, when you guys said that, it made a whole lot of sense. Because in some countries, we already have robots that can precisely make diagnosis. So we already have computers that can make quick diagnosis, and you don't need to stress yourself out. Now, you can learn anything via YouTube even. You can go to Khan Academy, learn anything you want to learn. So I'm just going to be here for a few short minutes to talk about some of the skill sets you want to incorporate into your life if you want to be relevant in the next 10 years, if you want to be relevant in the next 10 years. And again, I thank the previous speakers, Dr. Chiedu and Dr. Shedrack, for touching on some of the things I'll be talking about. So I hope to just breeze through them very quickly. So a few things to ponder. Ask yourself, am I right skilling for the future? Am I right skilling for the future? Am I right skilling? Ask yourself, am I reskilling for the future? Because the future is here. We can't keep pretending about it. Am I reskilling for the future? And then am I upskilling for the future? Am I upping my game for the future? we were living our best lives. Then came other things. Now we are talking about Instagram, TikTok, whatever you speak here. As we are speaking, this is being live streamed. People in the US, wherever, are joining us real time. But we've entered the fourth industrial revolution. This one, you cannot do anything without tech. There's nothing you can do. You wake up, tech. You sleep, tech. Whatever. Anything you touch would be revolving around technology. Because the line has been blurred between technology and our lives. We are extremely intertwined. What are you going to do? Are you going to be saying, oh, I don't do tech. Oh, I don't touch all those things. I'm not interested in all those things. No, you have to be interested. Because it's staring at you in the face. The fourth industrial revolution, key technologies, AI and machine learning. We talk about IoT, Internet of Things. In fact, when I go to different places I like to explore, you'd see a house that is fully automated. Every single thing. Everything. Ventilation, lights, just say it. And it's crashed. In fact, it's here in Nigeria at the moment. What are you going to do? Are you going to pretend like, before it gets to us? No, it has gotten to us. And we talk about robotics, blockchain, quantum computing, nanotechnology, augmented reality, virtual reality, biotechnology, and genetic engineering. And people are saying, no, it's because they don't want the seeds to grow. That is why they are changing it with bio. You are just telling stories. People who travel regularly, they know there is a difference between the organic and the other set of food. And organic meals, organically prepared meals, they are extremely expensive. If you want free-range chicken, you have to pay through your nose. Because people rear them in their backyards. And gradually, we'll get to a phase where everything is genetically engineered. What are you going to do? So, talking about the future of work. Robert Greene once said that the future belongs to those who learn more skills and combine them in very creative ways. And the next decade will define employment as we know it. I've talked about automation, artificial intelligence, advanced robotics. They will transform jobs and transform industries. The way we learn will be transformed. The way we interact with each other will be transformed. What are you going to do about it? Flexible work, digital nomadism, skill-based hiring will become the norm. Now, within the next 10 years, I humorously said next 10 days, and people were, yes, it is already, I can tell you exactly what I was doing in May 2015. May 2015. Exactly how my May went. And that is how some of us will be able to say in May 2035, oh, you remember May 2025, we went for that event at Cyprian Equestrian Arts and Culture Hall, and this happened. So let's not begin to think that the future is somewhere. The future is here. Jobs will be created. Jobs will be lost. And for some of us, the last speaker talked about young people in the room. Yes, teenagers. They're going to be 20-something then, or 30-something then, or 40-something then. What are you going to do? How's it going to be for you? You have to think about it. Am I going to be drowning in confusion, or will I know what exactly I am doing? Bill Gates said that AI will reach a point where humans won't need to work anymore. Machines will handle everything, productivity analysis, creativity. The challenge is not the technology, but how humanity will adapt to a work where work is no longer required. So what do you want to do? The key trends in terms of work. First, AI and automation, remote and hybrid work, skills over degree, lifelong learning. What are the skills you want to learn as we go on? What are the skills you want to learn? The first skill is digital fluency. We talked about digital fluency. You have to be able to navigate the technological world. Why does it matter? It boosts efficiency, keeps teams connected, and prepares you for the future. Okay. And then we go to, okay, what are the things to do in order to develop your digital fluency? You have to increase your basic and advanced computer skills. Start doing something. Just start doing something. You might think it's not much. By the time you keep advancing, you would see that your digital literacy has started increasing. Learn how to implement software. Understand online safety protocol. A few days ago, one of the generals I know sent me a message that I should send 380,000 to him, and I knew what it was. He probably clicked on something and they hijacked his WhatsApp. And I was saying to myself, I mean, like, why at this age and time? So the person sent me an account number. And I said, okay, I'll do it right away and send to you. And then I sent him an image that, this image that says, I smell lies. And I blocked him. So you have to understand online safety protocol. And then understand and use search engines. Learn basic coding and how to run a digital campaign. These things are pretty simple. You can learn them online. So you have to start enhancing your digital knowledge. You have to be adaptable and very resilient. What is adaptability? The ability to adjust to new conditions. Things will change. How do you begin to adapt? Think about that. Resilience is the capacity to recover quickly from difficulties. This empowers leaders to remain effective in the face of uncertainty, disruption, and, in fact, failure. 5 ways to develop adaptability and resilience. What do you want to do? Number 1, you want to be optimistic. You want to plan and organize. You want to improve your work relations. You want to learn from your mistakes. What else do you want to do? You want to see challenges as opportunities. Recall that Darwin said it is not the strongest of species that survive. It is the species that are able to navigate and adapt easily. What of emotional intelligence? This is the ability to recognize and regulate emotions in ourselves and in others. It has 4 key components, and you have to develop this because you have to learn how to interface and interact with people. You will have more time to navigate. You have more time to spend with people. If you are not emotionally intelligent, you will not enjoy your 5 days of rest that is coming within the next decade. So you have to learn to manage yourself, be aware of yourself, manage relationships, and be socially aware. So self-awareness, social awareness, self-management, and of course, relationship management. You have to be able to regulate or manage yourself, and then manage the relationships that you have. You have to be able to recognize yourself when you are getting angry, when you are doing X, Y, Z, and of course, be aware of other people. And why do we? Okay, is it that I'm pressing the? Okay. So why do we need emotional intelligence? People who are emotionally intelligent, are able to make friends easily, they are able to adapt easily, they are able to interact with people without much stress. So what do? Become more aware of yourself, express your thoughts, your feelings and beliefs, walk in the other person's shoes. Somebody's going to be talking about empathy. You have to open your eyes and open your ears to learn about empathy. Extremely important, because without empathy, you won't be able to navigate the world as it is. And then, of course, you have to be socially responsible. manage your own impulses, be happy. Some people are just not happy. You have to make yourself happy. Because when you are under tension, it is difficult for you to read the emotions of another person or even manage your own. What else do we? So in the future, there will be no male or female, but just leaders. Another part you want to explore is cultural competence. That is the ability to understand and work with people from different cultural backgrounds. The last speaker talked about his work in the US, his work in different places. That is cross-cultural competence. Within the next few years, you will be here working in the US, in the UK, wherever. And that is, it has come upon us. I get, what do you call that? Job postings, remote job postings from the US, from the UK, every day. So the line has been blurred, so to speak. It's easy now to be here and you are doing your work in any part of the world. And I don't want us to be taken by surprise. And then, what are the 5 things you want to do? 5 things you want to do. Can you go to the next one, please? Just, yes. 5 things. Understand cultural differences, openly communicate with people, celebrate diversity, make friends from other cultures, and you want to be sensitive to others. The last skill you want to imbibe is this: critical thinking. And again, we're going to be talking about this very shortly. Critical thinking is the ability to analyze information objectively and make reasoned decisions. And problem solving is also the capacity to identify challenges, break them down, and create effective solutions. These two would help you become a better individual, help you navigate the workspace. Critical thinking helps the leader see beyond surface level answers, while problem solving helps them take action in a logical manner. How do you develop this? Few things to do. Next one, please. Objectively analyze issues, actively engage in problem solving, learn to ask the right questions, ask more questions, even basic ones, and then question your assumptions. Leadership is the last thing we will talk about this afternoon before they come for the microphone. Leadership. Just keep going till you get to leadership. Let me follow my cue. Thank you. So purpose-driven leadership is the ability to lead with a clear sense of mission. I didn't want to talk about collaboration because the last speaker already talked about collaboration. I think the last speaker, of course, Dr. Shedrack, so no need repeating it or reiterating what they already said. But purpose-driven leadership is the ability to lead with a clear sense of mission, values, and long-term impact beyond just profit or personal gain. Leaders who are purpose-driven, they align their actions with the deeper calling, whether it's social change, whether it is innovation, justice, or even community development. How do you develop this leadership skill set? A few things to do. Number one, the next one, it's not true. Sorry. A few things to do. Identify your strengths and identify your weaknesses. Another thing you want to do is to be disciplined. And you want to learn about leadership styles. It's good that they are doing this particular thing they are doing. This particular program would help us at the end of the day to be more conscious about how we lead and how we intend to lead. We also want to take on leadership roles and finally get a mentor. In conclusion, 2 things I want us to live with. Number one, we have to know that the future of work will not be as the present is. It will demand leaders who are digitally fluent. We've talked about digital fluency. It will demand leaders who are resilient. It will demand leaders who are emotionally intelligent. We demand leaders who are inclusive and guided by purpose flourish. They will shape the future of organizations and societies. Call to action. I want us to leave this particular room today to embrace lifelong learning and make up our minds to stay adaptable, make up our minds to live with our hearts and to live with clarity. Finally, two things I want you to do with whatever it is you have heard. Sorry about the technological glitch. It happens, it's one of those things. But I'm sure you must have heard one thing or the other. Even if the only thing you heard was when I mentioned 2035, think about it. And when I work with clients as a psychologist, psychotherapist, I always tell them to think of their current age and add 10 years to it. Whether you do anything or you don't do anything, come 2035, you will be that age. Let's say you are 40 today, 2035, you're going to be 50. Let's say you are 30 today, 2035, you will be what? 40. Let's say you are 20 today, 2035 will be what? Let's say you are 10 years even today, 2035, you are going to be what? 20 years. If you don't do anything about your life, I'm sure they are going to share the slides. So take your time to read all of these things we've taken time to put together. If you don't do anything about how you live, about your life, about learning new skill sets, about all of these things that we have raised, 2035 will come upon you unprepared. But I don't want that to be us, and that is not going to be us, right? So we have to put all of the things we've heard into action and to try to shape the way we think, the way we reason, and whatever it is that we are doing. Two things you want to do with this. One, lead with the knowledge. Two, share the knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. That was so thrilling. Please continue to give a round of applause. That was so exciting. Me, I'm jotting down. I don't know about you because I'm also a youth. And in 2035, no, I'm not saying my age, but I'm also gearing up. So, you know, one of the things that I really trotted out of that was that when we think of the future, when we think of the future of work, many of us feel anxious, and that's all right. Even the World Bank, as we talk now, they're having conferences all over the world, thinking on how to ensure that people's jobs are not lost because AI is taking over rapidly. So by 2035, at least 40% of our jobs are going to be automated. So one of the things that I know that is not going to be automated, and that's something that I really got from this presentation, that's the balance, is empathy, emotional intelligence, and your creativity, your human connection. They're not going to be automated, but every other thing would. So that's where emotional intelligence comes in. And that is our greatest asset as humans. So another thing he also reminded us is that leadership is the future. And by then, we would not be leading through gender, we'll be leading through value, we'll be leading through what we have. Okay? So that's another thing that we should also be putting together, because regardless of our background, what will be important is what we can offer. So I want us to give another round of applause to our last speaker, to David. That was so brilliant and really exciting. I will go on now to build on the momentum that has been carrying. This is really, really hot so far. And we are going to be introducing our next speaker, who is going to be touching a very key, important aspect of everything about our leadership, especially as youth. And that is what? Design thinking. Because in a world full of problems, We need tools that help us to think beyond the box. We have heard that the future is going to be automated. And how are we going to be preparing ourselves for that future? And that's one of the reasons why this conference is timely, because it is touching the particular problem and the particular gap that we need to start filling for the future now. And our next speaker is going to walk us through how to turn those challenges into opportunities by thinking like a designer. Wherever you are, you don't have to be a fashion designer, but the future is designed by us, and we have to think as that. So I'm going to be giving it to the media to welcome our next speaker, a phenomenal, groundbreaking mentor and a public speaker in the field who is going to be taking us on our next topic, design thinking, in person of Olatunde, Dr. Olatunde Rema. Please go ahead and be reading the bio before we welcome him on stage. Thank you.
Tunde Rema is a renowned speaker with expertise in business and personal leadership, mental health, communications, strategy and execution, publicity, community building, and guiding others in matters of faith. He's the founder of TR Leadership Hub, a global hub for leadership, investment, lifestyle, and technology, which pays attention to investing in business leaders at different levels. His organization also provides data business leaders at different levels. His organization also provides data management and services, media management, corporate management, content development for brands in various countries. He's a distinguished strategy support expert for SECA Africa, a prestigious firm known for providing mental and emotional support, processes, coaching for organizations and individuals. He got certification in mental health at work, mental health for young, emotional intelligence, and many others. He's the founder of Mental Health and Faith, a movement across the world that focuses on the importance of integrating faith and professional aid to resolving mental health conditions. Tunde Rema is the author of groundbreaking books like Don't Waste Your Waiting, Tranquil, The Mental Health Dimensions, and Mind Spa, which is available worldwide and accessible to everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for our speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone. Why are you so cold? Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
There's someone beside you. You look very good. So let's spice up our energy a bit. Okay, give the person high five. High five. How are you? Genuinely ask. We'll be talking about empathy. Feeling what other people feel. Try to change the energy. Great. Woo. Ella Hubbard, well done. I actually thought it was AI that was reading the profile. So that was what I was doing like this. Like, can the AI hurry? No, but I saw her reading. Okay, so I'll be talking about limiting beliefs very promptly. Limiting beliefs very promptly. I want to say thank you to Mr. Mayowa. Well done. Please take it back to the background. I like the background. The first one. Yeah, thank you. And then unleashing your leadership potentials. And then I'll link it with the topic, breaking limiting beliefs. A lot of us are very powerful people, but we think less of ourselves. Am I correct? So a lot of competent people do or say nothing. They like to be at the background. They like to be pushed to do anything out of the world. But we are in a world where it's easy to be successful if you are fearless and if you have mad gods, G-U-T. Am I correct? But fortunately, we play small because we think we are small. So on these notes, I would like you to affirm these words with me. While you put your right hand on your chest, if you have a chest though, put your right hand here. Say after me, I am not small. I am big. I am unlimited. I am limitless. I am profound. I am unique. I'm distinct. One of a kind. A designer's original. I'm not Tokumbo. I'm a designer's original. I break free from all limitations. I break free from myself. I break free from other people. I break free from my environment. Nigeria won't stop me. Oh. Why is that one now? Nigeria won't stop me. Oh. Africa won't limit me. Oh. Because I'm a global figure. I step into territories. I develop solutions for the world. I develop relationships across the world. That is my reality. The universe must take it. Because God has approved it. God is bigger than the universe. All things work together for my good. It is so. Amen. Ooh, thank you. I needed us to do that because I was rewiring your brain to know that by birth or from birth, you are very powerful. And a lot of you don't know how to use your words to create your word. W-O-R-D-S to create your word. Neuroscience taught us that you need one positive thought to conquer 3 negative thoughts. We're talking about breaking your limiting beliefs. Please rush down to the definition. You need 3 positive thoughts to conquer 1 negative thought. So what are limiting beliefs? Limiting beliefs are beliefs. Limiting beliefs are beliefs that we hold on to ourselves. It's our view of ourselves in this world. I don't know if you have ever met some people and they are wondering, you love their courage. Am I correct? You love how they interact. You love how they do things. It seems that they are very flawless. It could be as a result of self-development, different years of leadership and building yourself. And fortunately, we are paid or we are here on earth to solve problems. How many of you agree with me? Leadership potential, unleashing your leadership potential. Leadership is really about solving crises daily. Crisis in the workspace, crisis at home. Am I correct? Crisis everywhere, in your church, in your mosque. You are just trying to solve crisis. And that's what leadership is all about. But fortunately, the moment you step into planet Earth, you become a problem or a product of inherited statistics. Am I correct? E.g., we are Nigeria. It took like the other time. Am I correct? Is that your problem? I remember one day that I was on an international conference speaking, and they carried the lights, and then thunder striked. And then we're like, oh, sir, do you need a break? I said, oh, in a normal time, go on. No, it's a normal thing in Nigeria. So the moment you are here on earth, life is already beating you -1. If you are in Nigeria, minus what? -20. Thank you, sir. Meaning that you are not even starting from 0 to what? 100, you are starting from what? Minus to 0. How many of you agree with me? Because I have a friend in Amsterdam that was telling me that his poor is something noble family in Amsterdam. They are very rich. The only inheritance left to them was a mall. I said, don't know what poverty is. They are telling me a mall is your only inheritance here on earth. I said, you are not poor. Come to our side, and then you know what poverty is all about. Let's move to the next slide. And this limiting belief stems from, number one, move to the next slide. I will use the next slide, the next one. Yeah, I will use it to marry this one, okay, we'll conclude. Start from you. How aware are you about yourself? How competent are you? Even if they help you work relationship, networking, and all of that, how competent are you? For some of you, you leverage, you have access to opportunities, you have access to things, but you never leverage them. Why? I always tell people, poverty sometimes is not a lack of money. It's also a lack of access, a lack of leverage to relationships and opportunities. Am I correct? Do you agree with me? Because some people, you give them money now, they will still be poor next tomorrow. So it's not really about the lack of money, it's about management. And some of you are the one limiting yourself, and maybe spiritual factor can be one of it. Maybe even your normal routine, your lifestyle. When you wake up in the morning, what do you do daily? What are the conversations you have with yourself in your head? Some of you think you are not good enough. Some of you think you are not pretty. That's why a lot of people are doing BBL. Because they think they are not beautiful enough. Yeah, some people maybe to enhance their beauty, but that's their own life. Do you understand? But the question is, I hope you are not the one stopping yourself. Number two, other people. Other people. Now, marry it back. Take it to the... Thank you. You're very smart. Thank you. Thank you so much. Other people can be as a result of your past experiences, your relationship with people. I want to say this. Maybe this is the only thing you will hear me say today. That some of us, we were groomed in a home that they never had enough, right? But we are the one creating generational wealth for our family. Am I correct? That's why some of you are even here today trying to network, trying to learn, trying to unlearn, trying to relearn because of your background. But the truth is, like I always say everywhere, you may be a product of your biology, but you do not have to remain the victim of your biology. Very true. You may be a product of Nigeria, but you do not have to remain the victim of what? Nigeria. And no matter how the situation is rough, always preserve your mind. Because if you must lose anything in life, never lose your mind. See, if you lose your job, if you lose your girlfriend, I'm sorry, if you lose your wife, if you lose anyone, if you have your mind intact, you will bounce back from anything. Am I correct? So if you must lose anything in life, never what? Round of applause for yourself. You're getting it. I'm proud that you're getting it. So, number two, your environment should not limit you. You self, no greed. Be very stubborn. Since age 10, I've been going for seminars, conferences since age 10. I know greed. Say no. This Nigerian thing will not stop me. Me too, I will charge in corner. Have coconut edge positively. Have coconut head what? Positively. Be an addicted positivist. Don't limit yourself that this is my environment. If your parent don't get, you say try get. Do you understand what I'm talking about? So please don't let society condition you to think you are small. And another set of people, no trauma, no environment limiting them, but the fear of failure or what? Rejection. Some of you are just afraid to try. There are scholarship opportunities available for people around the world. You go see all these people, everything is connection, Jerry. Harvard is giving scholarship. It's none of your concern. Or at Robert University, they are always looking for Africans. It doesn't concern you. When you see scholarship opportunity, you just swipe off and say, these people, I will also know and last week is great. Unilag is the best. But there are other, don't worry, don't drag me, please. But there are other universities, they are calling you, but you don't even give a damn about researching about them. Number 4, your relationship. You can't be bigger than your relationship. That's the annoying thing about life. You need quality relationship to be able to set yourself free from your mind. Don't let me do like Burna Boy. Don't let me kick you away. You must be able to set yourself free from your mind. That's why you need quality people. How many of you still remember Bodmas? How many of you remember Bodmas? B is what? That's the way some of your friendship are. They like to bracket you. They don't want other people to have access to you. When there are opportunities, they don't even tell you. And some of you, that's how you accept. But some of us, we want quality relationship, but we are not quality people. Am I correct? So you say get quality so that you can attract what? Quality. And that's the thing. When you don't resolve a trauma, or you don't resolve yourself, you will always attract the same kind of people. All right. O is what? What is off again? Eh? Say it if you know it. That's the way some people are to you. Some people are multiplier effects. If you meet them in your life right now, next tomorrow they are giving you a deal in Dubai, giving you a deal in Kenya, Amsterdam. All of a sudden, it's just like all you've been praying for is wrapped up in just what? One person. That's why I say people are doors, people have access. We do not have control over who you meet, and that's why you should always maximize relationship. Some people are additions to your life. When you meet them, they add to your life. Everything is just coming out. So you're even asking yourself, oh, am I this good? Am I this competent? Why some people, they are subtractors? Your wig we lost. Am I correct? Your bag we lost. They will save their own money and loan your own money to do things. That's the way some people are. So people are subtractors. They like to take things from you. And then environment. Like we said, don't let the environment limit you because you are born limitless. By birth, you are a fearless soul. I will say that. By birth, you are a fearless one. So that's why you don't see a child being afraid of anything. So I'm positioning and conditioning your mind to know that you are a fearless being and a fearless soul. Examples of limiting beliefs, then I take the solution out of your faces. Some people will say they are not good enough. Some people will say it's too late to go to school again. Some people will say they will fail. Some people will say life is what's unfair to them. But truthfully, life is unfair to everyone. We all have our equal shares. The pain is just different. Some people started life without a parent. Am I correct? Some people started life without both parents. Some, they lost one. Do you understand? Some, they don't even know who their father is. So we all now we serve everybody breakfast. Just take it that way. Life will always serve everybody what? Breakfast. So that's the way it is. It's you that will be rugged. Next slide, the conquering part. Let's just deal with the solution. No. Okay, let's leave it. This will be the solution out of your faces. Number 1, I need you to master yourself. To be able to break off from every limiting belief. Understand your own strengths and weaknesses. Improve on your strengths and slack your weaknesses. Improve on your strengths. E.g., you will not see me do what I don't know how to do. E.g., you will not see me in the swimming pool. I can snap around water. But inside pool, you will not meet me here. You can meet me on air, maybe to dive. I love adventure of such. But anything water, you will not see me. So I already know my competencies. And there's something called law of antecedents precedence. knowing that if something is good for you, you can replicate the same process by following the same process to achieve the same results. E.g., he mentioned, I can create a strategy for selling my book. Okay, I have my 4th book right now. It has been pre-ordered. Have I ever launched my book? No. And I've written 4 books since 5 years. I won't be launching it until July something in Lagos. That's when we are doing the book launch. That means I already asked how to sell book without even a launch. I've helped a lot of people, even in this city, to get a book sold. A woman reached out to me and said, "Sarah, you help me break my limiting belief. I never thought I would be a writer." But after a therapy session with her, she made 15 million naira in 2 weeks. In just 2 weeks. Guess what she said? "I want to write another book." I said, "But that why are you stressing? I don't want to be an author." But fortunately, she wants another book. So number 1, self-awareness. Number 2, identify your own limiting belief. What exactly is limiting you? What is limiting Mr. Rotimi may be different from what is limiting the other person. I think Mr. Rotimi, you sing, right? So his own limitation might just be, maybe, I'm just suggesting, don't mind me, I can be spontaneous. Maybe you should always have 1 video every week on Instagram. 1 minute video on Instagram. I was shocked to know that you even know how to sing. I'm very shocked. Hey, sorry, I'm misleading. I like that church. I like this church a lot. Do you understand? So it's been just be having 1 minute video on Instagram consistently, repeating the same process. Number 3, what happens to you now? Challenging old beliefs. Some of you just need to what? Challenge your old belief. It's not working for you, but yet you still want to die there. That relationship is not working for you. They refuse to love you. You are still there. They don't like you, but you say no. You remain there. You need to learn to challenge your old belief if your old belief is not working out for you. 4, cognitive restructuring, just like they had mentioned. Some of you don't know that there is a concept called neuroplasticity, the ability for your brain to change its own structure by new learning and new information. But some of you, after school like this, after LASU, Uni Abuja, Base University, you don't forget book. You've closed down a book. You are not helping your brain. Your brain has shut down. That's why you write, say, AM. Instead of I am on Instagram, you'll be disgracing all of us in Nigeria together because you refuse to reconstruct your brain. Am I throwing shade at anyone? Please receive it that way. Number 5, positive affirmations. We made declarations the other time. Words are powerful. Incantation is done by what? Incantation is by what? Prayer is by what? Everything in life is by words, so you must learn to use your words. When you wake up in the morning, what do you say to yourself? What do you say to your friends? Foolish boy. Mado. Hey, look at your head. You are bad. Some of you don't know how to use words right. Learn to use words. Learn to use words. Some of you even don't know how to use your words even to secure relationship. That's why she's telling you no. That's for a boy, Number 6, behavioral change. That is how I am. Oh. That's how some people are. You have no demure. Oh, need demure, rara. You have no demure. You are not classy. You just believe that is how you are. Or everything everybody has been saying today doesn't. As they are saying it, they then just bring this donut, Jerry, make I chop. They do quick. Make I snap picture and say, "Oh, I attended this conference." You refuse to evolve. You refuse to learn new things. They talked about machine language, machine learning, all manner of things. In your head, I'm not even thinking, what do you need to do differently? We launched a studio barely 3 to, okay, it's almost 6 months. 6 months. But people asked me, I think it was Ella that was asking what they said, how do you do different things in different parts? And we said, challenge, lifestyle, technology, this. I work with trends, and of course, the voice of God. So if I discover there is a problem, a lacuna, or a gap in a particular industry, I want to fill it up. We're just into leadership and printing, technology, and all that. And all of a sudden, I did a video on Instagram, and people love it. And they were like, they want such video. And we created a studio. That's how we responded. We are not static. So even as a brand or an individual, you don't have to remain static. You must be evolving part time. You must evolve part time. Even your behavior should evolve. And let people even say that truthfully, you have really changed. You are not the same person that you are again. Number 7, tell someone to beside you, say, learn to ask for help. Some of you package rubbish. Package, you are broke, you package everything. You cannot ask for help. You don't even have what to eat, you still package. Learn to ask for what? Oh, this young man has been laughing since. You must learn to seek what? Support. Don't be a parasite, though. There's something called law of reciprocity. If I give to you, you should also learn to think of how to be relevant to the other person, law of reciprocity. So the circle can be evolved. Do you understand? You give, I receive like that. But sometimes the giver get tired of giving. Am I correct? Sometimes you are overstretched. So please learn to ask for help. Learn to seek support. In conclusion, learn to seek what? Support. In conclusion, life is not balanced. Life can never be balanced. Very true. Some people are starting from 0 to 100. Some people are starting from minus. I started business from minus. Yes, starting our business, we were owing millions. So I'm telling you real practical things that life is never balanced. We don't have equal opportunities. We don't have what? Equal access. Some people can fly out of this country by just thinking it. Am I correct? Some people have citizenship of another country. All they need to do is to fly a private jet. But you will go to the embassy under some Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of this. You will go and beg. One mama will talk to you rudely. Some will even say, grandmother, go and do this, do that. Life is not balanced. We don't have equal access. We don't have equal opportunities. But one thing you should learn to know that no matter how hard, oh, you want us to do Q&A? Please, so let me go. No matter how hard life is, you must bounce back. And I leave you with my favorite quote currently, that if you must lose anything in life, never. So you can lose relationship, you can lose your best supporter, but if you must lose anything in life, never lose your mind. While I take my leave, you can, I want to say this loud to your soul, you can bounce back from anything. Thank you.
Please clap well. Clap, 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 clap. Thank you so much, sir. It was really, really very concise, but really so much. I got a lot. I don't know if you write. Did any other person write? Did you write while you were studying? Yes. So that means the session was really engaging that way. So your environment, your limiting beliefs, it could be you, other people, and your environment, and he expanded on that. So to say that you have to live in awareness, to start live with awareness, living your life on autopilot. As we see, and as we see, I'm never go. Stop living your life like that. Be very conscious. People you are allowing your space, you too, the kind of person you are, because if you are not that good, people keep on avoiding you, and it has a way of affecting your life because you begin to feel rejected or wanted. So if you are valuable, everyone, not everyone actually, most people will want you in their space. And it helps to design your life, because when you feel wanted, you function better. Your environment, be very conscious of your environment. Don't just jump into anywhere, do all manner of things because it's trending. Remember, this is unleash your leadership potentials. So if you want to truly design your life, you must ensure that your life is well designed. If you want to unleash your leadership potential, you need to design your life because it's not magic, it's not what's it called again? It's not magic. It can't happen if you don't put in the work. Are we good? Yeah. If you got something again, can you give our speaker a round of applause? Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope you are gaining value. Would you have been anywhere else except this place? No. Will you wish to be somewhere else? So you're not regretting the time you're spending here. Is anyone regretting the time you're spending here? Oh, great. That means our speakers are truly delivering like Hebrew women. Good. We'll be welcoming our next speaker. He will be taking us on a very, very engaging topic. If you've been sitting here and wondering, why are they not talking about my own? Why are they not touching the parts, the experience I'm having with people that don't know how to get in touch with their emotions? Don't worry. Someone that will speak your language is coming. So we want to make welcome our next speaker. Before we call him, we have the media project his bio before we welcome him on the stage. Media project.
Dr. Chiedu Nwagu is a philanthropy and governance advisor. For nearly 2 decades, he has worked on reform in the security and justice sectors in Nigeria and other parts of sub-Saharan Africa. Chinedu is passionate about connecting ideas and resources to people in order to advance the dignity and development of Africans. He has managed strategic donor-advised funds which address issues of anti-corruption, criminal justice reform, and protection of the civic space in Nigeria. He's trained as a lawyer and was called to the Nigerian bar in 2003. Chinedu also holds a Master's of Law LLM in Human Rights and Democratization in Africa from University of Pretoria. Beyond lawyering, Chinedu is a certified life coach and NLP practitioner. He pursues his calling to build up and inspire people to reach their God-ordained destinies through Unfiltered Limited, a platform for training, mentoring, and coaching. He's also an ardent Arsenal fan. Ladies and gentlemen, youth, please make welcome our pronounced speaker, Dr. Chinedu. The lawyer, you do anyhow, you point.
Thank you very much for the kind welcome. Thank you again, Mayowa and Associates for the invitation and for putting this event together. And I want to congratulate all the speakers that have come before. Excellent, excellent, excellent. But before I go on, I just want to take a pause and celebrate, well, one person essentially, but many others by proxy. In my own part of the world, today is Mother's Day. And Mayowa's mom is in the house. So let's wish her a very happy Mother's Day. Very happy Mother's Day, man. God bless you. Thank you so much. You can see the gift you gave us is giving. Thank you very much. God bless you. So my topic is, do you have my slide? Right. So my topic is leading with empathy, building inclusive communities. Leading with empathy, building with inclusive communities. Of course, you have to first start by explaining what all these big fancy words are. Leading, empathy, building inclusive communities. Let me start with a story, very short story, hopefully. Like you saw in the bio, I did my early morning. So she says my time is up. It's been nice meeting you all. Thank you. I'm just kidding. So the story is this. So I did my master's in South Africa, came back, got like a double kind of promotion. Before I went away, I was a program officer. When you come back with a foreign degree, they kind of promote you. So I became a manager. And then I moved to Abuja. And of course now, like somebody that just entered leadership, I wanted to follow in the example of Nigerian leaders, that the model I have seen. So I got an exclusive office space. My office owned the whole building. So they gave me an excluded room as my manager, program manager. And then the rest of my colleagues, let me not call them subordinates, my colleagues were in the, the school office where there's a big table and several other people. And, I like my own space and I was enjoying my space. But every now and then there was a conference room downstairs where they meet to eat and the kitchen and all that. But I never used to go to those spaces because as the leader, I needed to, be exclusive. And that was what I was doing. But I had this colleague who would always come into my office and say, "Oh God, calm down. Everybody is downstairs. Calm down." And I would be like, it's me, this girl wants to rubbish my foreign. You don't know what it took for me to get to the level of leadership because I was second only to the executive director. And they kept prompting me to come down and interact. And I kept refusing. And I never went down until I left that organization. And I started that as an example of what empathy is not. Because I never really got to understand how every other person in that was felt. I never really got. So unless they came into my office and sat down in front of me, I had almost zero interactions with them. And then I got a job, well, not abroad, but with an international organization. And then when I traveled to our home office, lunch in the office was served on a table outside by the pool. And everybody, no exception, from executive director to driver, ate lunch on that table. Let me say that again. It's almost unheard of in Nigeria. Everybody in that organization, from executive director to driver, if our board chair came visiting, she would join us to have lunch on that table. So lunchtime was team bonding time. Everybody, like I said, you know what it means for your executive director and his driver to be seated beside each other, eating from the same pot and having a conversation around, including what again I said, this is an international organization with people from West Africa, Southern Africa, and all of that. And that's where I started to learn the lesson about empathy and about inclusion. Well, that's not where, because I learned from my mistakes and I learned from the success, and that's the background of what I will be sharing. So empathy means being aware and sharing another person's feeling. It's understanding their experiences and their emotions, and or at least having the ability to do this. Inclusive communities are basically building places or groups or platforms where people feel included, people feel accepted, people feel respected, people feel understood regardless of their differences. And we all have differences. And but what we don't know is that our differences are gifts. They say it this way, that what you don't have, God, I don't know who you believe in. Now whatever you don't have that you need has been put in somebody close to you. Should I say that again? Whatever you don't have that you need has been put in somebody close to you so that we can depend on each other as we go forward. So lastly, leadership. And I wanted to just emphasize this a little bit. Leadership. Leadership is influence. John Maxwell, the authority of leadership, says that the leadership is influence. Every other thing else is complementary. That everything rises and falls on leadership. Leadership is not a title, it is not a position. Yeah. Now, it took influence. That's, you understand? You using another person to follow you to this event is you demonstrating leadership. You have basically influenced somebody towards a set goal. I'm sitting beside Udua, and after a while I said, oh, this place is getting hot, I feel very hot. And she has her hand fan. And she passed it to me. Now, she has just demonstrated empathy and also exactly a level of influence because she's able to do something about my situation. I don't know if that makes any sense. Yes. She doesn't need a title for it. She doesn't need a position for it. But she has exerted influence. And what that does automatically, it makes me indebted to her. Do you understand it? She has solved a problem for me because she understood how I felt. And it creates a connection and creates a level of indebtedness from me to her. And that's the power of empathy. John Maxwell, the authority on leadership, says people don't care how much you know until they know how much that it can. This crowd doesn't really watch football, but sometimes you see a team, Nigerian team, for example, the Super Eagles. Have you ever wondered how Super Eagles has very talented players, but they don't do so well? Sometimes it's because they don't have much of a connection with the coach, so they don't play for him. They also don't have much of a connection with the country. Yes, you've not seen them abandon as an NFL, they didn't do anything for them. So because there is no connection, there's no empathy between them and the country, they might have the talent, the skills and everything, but they don't deploy it to get us the results. Does that make any sense? So why helps you build trust? It creates a position of mental safety for people to work with. It enhances team cohesion. You have a belonging when you show empathy. It allows you to draw from the diversity. It allows you to draw. You feels like to be me, and share my perspective. And then lastly, it drives collaboration and cooperation. A lot of this have already been talked about. Active listening. I say this often. Nigeria is blessed with diversity. Take advantage of it. Until I am able to sit down with you and listen to you, I would never really see the full picture of Nigeria and the potential that we have. And that's where empathy comes in, being able to hear voices. It allows you to take on their perspective, passionate to now, if you join that protest, it's because you have empathy towards him. If you also didn't join the protest through empathy, so his pain did not affect you. By heartbreak, they said person out
Oyewole Lawal, fondly known as LOL, has dedicated his life to shaping Nigeria's future through impactful policies and initiatives. With over 15 years of postgraduate experience spanning the private sector, public sector, and entrepreneurship, Lukman is not just a leader, but a change maker committed to renewing hope in Nigeria's youth. As the special advisor to the Speaker of the House of Representatives on Finance, Lukman brings a wealth of expertise in accounting, taxation, and governance. His deep understanding of Nigeria's socio-political landscape has earned him his reputation as one of the country's leading men of thought. Lukman's commitment to social development is evident in his numerous initiatives, including the Ultimate Youth Dream Initiative, which he founded in 2014. Through this NGO, he has led governance audits, talent hunts, and social projects that have positively impacted countless lives. Lukman is a staunch believer in Nigeria's potential and tirelessly works to inspire and empower the next generation of leaders. He is a regular on TV and radio, where he boldly advocates for better leadership and youth inclusion in politics. He is married with children. The Honorable Lukman continues to work his professional achievement with his dedication to family and community.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you are ready to have the best time of your life, well, Lawal, it's a round of applause.
Yes, sir.
Hello. I want us to once again appreciate Mayowa's mom. This is the round of applause. A round of applause for each and every one of our facilitators that have come here to share. Thank you. Okay, so my only swipe will be at the barrister that said politicians don't know how much they sell bread, they don't buy fuel. That's too much. It's too much. Please. Honestly, I didn't expect that. If the whole world has experienced inflation everywhere in the world, sir. US, UK, Germany, France, everywhere, including African countries. Prices of bread has gone up, oil has gone up, energy has gone up. And once those three things, energy, for instance, goes up, it will affect every other thing. So let's be more accommodating. You can be on this side anytime. So Mayowa and his team have put up very innovative topics. When he sent my topic to me, I was like, really? You speak on leadership, financial wellness, irregular migration, and so many other topics. So when I saw this particular topic, I was taking the bit aback. But I love challenges, so I was ready to take it on. And I'm not happy that a lot of these youth corpers in Abuja
they didn't really show up. Maybe it's because it's on a Sunday, because I've listened to some of the facilitators, and these are very important, germane, topics that young people should listen to. So, by the grace of God, I will look at the possibility of replicating this in us, by the grace of God, with the same presentation. We would love to have you in Lagos, but you will not come out at Lagos because we'll fight you. So, thank you very much. And honestly, even if it is one person, that's what I have learned in life. If you do any program, if you can change only one person, you have done something. Whether it is empowerment, you buy this for people, like one of the facilitators have said, you can give somebody money and they will mess it up. It doesn't mean that once you have empowered somebody, they will turn it to a success story. So whoever is here, please say, I'm happy to be here.
I'm happy to be here.
And I'm lucky to be alive. So I wish you all well, and I really enjoyed the sessions. Even myself, I've gained something today, and I appreciate everyone. So my topic is on building resilience in the face of adversity. Next slide. So somebody earlier was talking about adding 10 years. You remember that whether we like it or not, in the next 10 years, your age will change, isn't it? Because you were coming from somewhere. So I just thought, laying the background around stages of life. Whether we like it or not, we have been through primary education, isn't it? We have been through secondary education. We have graduated, some of us are learning a trade, some of us are into farming, and then you will soon transit to being a retiree and being a grandma, being, a mother, a father, a leader, and all that. So you must pass through those stages. Next slide. Next slide, please. Okay. Next one. So come back. This slide. Okay, so it now brings me to what adversity means. It is a lot of trendy, isn't it? But it means something that would make anyone unhappy. Whatever it is, it could be anything that will bring you to a state of being unhappy. So if you are unhappy, does this picture describe an unhappy person?
Yes.
Do you understand?
Yes.
So something must have happened to this man and his family to the extent that a full-grown man is what? Crying with all his energy. Can you see the woman? Does this depict sadness? Can you see this other woman too? So I'm just trying to give you a pictorial description of what adversity means and what it can do to us. So a resilient person means somebody who can cope through that period. Whether you are a Muslim or a Christian, the Bible and the Quran have told us that you will experience what? Sadness. And you will experience what? Happiness. Whether we like it or not, it is part of the way God has designed life, isn't it? But we must know how to respond when we are in such situations. And I am happy that Dr. Olatunde said something about, if you lose everything, do not lose your mind. Do not lose your what? So that is exactly what having resilience means in the face of adversity. So it's talking about, being able to marshal resources to face the challenges, being psychologically strong, like the Mr. Emeka also said, the one that talked about leadership, the psychologist. So it can be death of a loved one, divorce, heartbreak, financial issues, illness, job loss, medical emergency, natural disaster that even there is no way you could have planned for a natural disaster. You understand what natural disasters are? Long-term unemployment or joblessness. So instead of falling into despair or hiding from issues by using unhealthy coping strategies,
resilient people face life's difficulties head on. That you are aware that you are in a difficult situation, but you are ready to face it. And I'm happy that our facilitators are already giving us a lot of backgrounds in that regard. So people with resilience do not experience less distress, grief, or anxiety than other people do. Instead, they use healthy coping skills to handle such situations in ways that foster strength and growth. So types of resilience. There are various ways to be resilient physically. It refers to how you recover from physical demands, illnesses, injuries. And they are saying that research suggests that this type of resilience plays an important role on your health. There is a state of mind that you may not even be able to eat. And once anybody sees you, they will go, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Physically, they can see it in you. So you must be able to improve to a certain extent your lifestyle choices, getting enough sleep, eating a nutritious diet, and engaging in regular exercise. There's some of the ways to help you for physical resilience. Mental resilience refers to a person's ability to adapt to change and uncertainty. From your mental health perspective, having emotional intelligence that we have been taught, and do not lose your mind. Do not lose your what? The emotional intelligence, able to regulate your emotions, and have optimism, and believing that things will get better and you'll be a better person. Social resilience also is the one that you are looking for support, like Barrister Chinedu just said that you may need help, but for packaging reasons you don't want to ask. So seeking support, networking well would also build your social resilience, because like he said, God has deposited the next person to help you around. Whatever you don't have, there is another person that has it. And in truth, that's how God has designed the world. So we must be able to look around for help. And then, there are some personality traits, that helps resilience within us as a people. So people are very weak. Any small setback, they can't take up themselves again. So we should also look out for them, help them, talk to them, encourage them, support them, so that they can pull through life. Social support, like we have said, emotional intelligence, and then activating resilience in the face of adversity. What we must do. So what we must do, we must have a survival mentality that at all times, in all situations, we will not lose our minds and we will survive. Then effective emotional regulation. You must be able to control your emotions, feeling in control. Like Mr. Tunde also said, that you must say positive things to yourself. You remember he said that? Always say positive things to yourselves and people around you. Problem-solving skills also part of what will help us with solutions. And then self-compassion. You must love yourself. You must look after yourself. You must ensure that regular exercise, lifestyle choices that will make you a better person, and imbibe and social support, like we have said. So, recap of what we must do: ability to regulate your emotions, a sense of confidence and control, effective coping skills, and leaning on social support when needed. So, your healthcare, physiological and mental health must be prioritized. Food intake, sleep, exercise, cleanliness, learn, unlearn, and relearn. Choices and costs. There are some basic things in life that we must understand at this stage. Like, you want to see where you will be in the next 10 years. Auntie, hello, that just can wait. Please, when you come to stations like this, try, no matter how small, to listen. So, if you are looking at the next 3 years, that where am I going to be in the next 10 years?
you must be wary of your what? Choices. What choices are you going to make within that period? And for every choice, there is a cost. There is a what? Cost. It will cost something. And when you don't even make a choice, there is a cost to that, decision not to make a choice. So how do you evaluate choices to make the right and most appropriate ones? If you look at this part of the world, like we have said, yes, we are a third world, we're a developing economy. We have a lot of people, living in poverty. That is a fact about Africa. But there are so many reasons attached to it. Even from the developed world, they don't want us to be better than we are. Deliberately, they are, open themselves to making sure that we are stable financially, economically, and security. So there are so many things that we may not, be able to decode to everybody's understanding, but that's how the world is structured. So we are saying that in this part of the world, what we may consider out of 10 things that is causing adversity, 5 out of 10 may be financially motivated. Am I right? Am I communicating? Because if you do a survey of 10 people, say, oh, what's causing your own problem? What's causing your own problem? I'm sure 5 out of 10 will be related to financial issues, housing, healthcare. I want this for my children, I want that for my children, and all that. So it's something that we must agree and admit. But we must use any opportunity to have as well to educate ourselves about our choices. A lot of the times we made choices that have also, put us behind. Be careful not to do something permanently stupid because you are temporarily angry, scared, tired, or hungry. There are 2 education. One should teach us how to make a living. You've gone to school, you have a degree, you started working or you're looking for a job. Another education is the one that will teach you how to live. That is the kind of education that you have gotten here today from all these very reputable scholars, and speakers. They have brought their wealth of experience from different fields to share knowledge with us. That is education telling us how to live to be better people. Then the concept of societal and peer validation. A lot of us have issues because we want to please the other people. Am I right? We are looking at, oh, my friend is driving this type of car, or my friend is working in a particular organization, or I want my children to go to this type of school that my neighbor's children are going to. So we put ourselves under unnecessary pressure. Am I communicating? And then when we are in the middle of those transactions that we cannot cope, we become depressed, disappointed, look down on ourselves. But at initial, we could have made better choices. Am I communicating? I'm from a part of Nigeria that we love parties a lot. Owambe, I'm a Yoruba man, I'm from Lagos. So I realized that almost every Saturday, there is a cloth for me to buy, Ashwebi. And I know that I'm a civil servant. I cannot afford it. So whether you are giving me for free or I'm going to pay, I stopped buying Ashwebi. What I buy were caps. I used to buy their caps, maybe 1,000, 1,500. Now caps is 5,000 or more. But I had to get to that point to say, I will not buy any Ashwebi from anybody. I will wear whatever I have. Do you understand? And I chose a lot of white. I've had these whites for more than 4 years now. I'll put hypo, wash it, iron it, it will look like new. Does it not look good? But it's more than 4 years old. So there's so many things that we do for societal and peer validation that we have to be careful about. And then our culture, our religion, they also form, part of things that influences us. Am I communicating? There is a way they do weddings in the north. They do weddings for 4 or 5 days in some places. So you want to also do your wedding, and then you have to break the bank. And then by the time you finish your wedding, how are you going to feed your wife? So you have to be careful. You must be able to say, no, I'm not doing a 4 days wedding.
I'm going to do a one-day wedding, and then you save and use the money for other good things. So culture plays a significant role. Religion plays a significant role in how we see life and how we respond to life's challenges. So it is good to have a positive attitude to life. A positive attitude would help us, to overcome our circumstances. Then financial wellness, like I have said, that if we do a survey of this part of the world, 5 out of 10, 50% of whatever is causing, mental health problems, depression, whatever, are financially, involved. And then universal nature of money. We should continue to let money be what it is. We shouldn't give money, the kind of value that it does not really possess. It remains a means of exchange. A means of what? And a store of value. In some places, the only language you understand is what? Money. And it is causing a lot of problems. We must disabuse our minds. So 5 components of financial wellness: you must be able to earn so that you can spend, you can save and invest. Then you can protect your investment, you can borrow to spend, but you must be able to pay back, because borrowing too causes depression. There are some financial apps. They will tell you to come and borrow, and they will tell you you will pay back in a month. If you don't pay back, do you know what they do? They blacklist you. They send your picture to everybody that you are a 419. Have you seen them? They send messages to all the contacts on your phone. Somebody has committed suicide from that before in Lagos, because she didn't know that was how they operated. So we must be careful. So I'm bringing this just to let us, look at how to reason around needs and wants. This is Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of needs. So he's saying that at the bottom of this pyramid, all humans, you must do what? You must eat, isn't it? So you have a need to feed. You have a need to wear what? Clothing. And you also have a need to eat somewhere. Is that also? So if you are able to organize yourself to be able to fix those 3 things, they are your needs. The moment you now say, I need a car, I need to be a member of Rotary Club or IBB Golf Club, then you are moving to the next hierarchy of what? Security, safety, and belonging. You want to be there. I am so and so and all that. So your thinking, your choices will change. And that instance, you have to be very careful, because you must still be able to take care of this one first before you can advance. And then there's another one, self-esteem. Then you start flying private jets like, is it Bryce Achille that was saying it, or Mr. Latunde? So we must understand that wants are different from needs. If what you need is something to just take you from point A to B, a Toyota Corolla is okay. But if I ask young people now, do you want a Lamborghini or a Corolla? They say they want a Lamborghini. Can you afford it? If you afford it, first can you maintain it? You have to understand all these basics. Financial decision making, you must be able to make some financial judgments. Financial prudence and recklessness, you must be very careful, because wants are insatiable. Wants are what? Insatiable. You cannot finish if you say you want everything. So if you want to do investments, carry out feasibility studies, identify your target markets, make sure that you do very good plan so that your business does not fail. Then your financial wallet, you have income of 100,000, for instance, you must be able to remove your house rent, your feeding, clothing, transportation. You have something as your savings, and then you cannot think of wants and luxury. Inhibitors to building resilience in the face of adversity, being a self-judge to condemnation. You already look at yourself that my own don't finish. I can never be successful. So you have already defeated yourself. And that's what Mr. Latunde was saying, that you must never lose your mind. Being financially unstable, like you said, must travel abroad. So people believe that because of all the problems, they must travel abroad. And then somebody will come and say, oh, there is a route through the desert. And then you will still go and raise the money that you say you don't have. You raise 3 million or 4 million. And then they end up dying. Then some people take to what? Drugs and substances abuse. Are you aware? Because of small problem, alcoholism. A lot of interesting stories about that. You don't know whiskey? Eh? David, you don't know them. You know those ones. All of them, they do it. So we have to talk through to them. So causes of, like we have said, some of the people that are running from adversity, go to drugs because of difficult times, idleness, low self-esteem, peer pressure. So we have to attack, statistics about drug abuse in a part of the world that is very damning. Cannabis use. Every day, 2,700 teenagers try a prescription medicine to get high for the first time. These are very great statistics. Consequences ahead. So some people are in psychiatric homes because of, drug abuse. And then some, like the Boko Haram people now, before they go out, they're high on drugs. Take to high-level crime. Solutions to substance abuse, awareness and orientation in public, like we are doing now. Youth empowerment, creation of jobs, laws and enforcement, good governance. Go down. So alcohol is also not a solution. So suicide in extreme cases, some people end up killing themselves. This is countries with the highest rate of suicide rates in Africa. Luckily, Nigeria is not in the first 10 because we like life. Abi? But the mental health crisis, Nigeria is climbing towards all these ones too. Because a lot of people have issues arising from drug abuse and all that. Suicide rates for females is increasing in Africa. With the concept of relativity and fulfillment, what makes you fulfilled? These 5 fingers, are they equal? Are they equal? Can you check your fingers if they are equal? So there will always be people who are rich, you understand, or better than you in one way or the other, whether academically, socially. Do you understand what I mean? There is always a variance in all pedestals in life. And we must agree and appreciate God for that. And then don't let anybody make us want to do things we should not do. Okay? And then don't think that because somebody has made it today, you cannot make it. You know, everybody has their season. Everybody has their season. And then if it's not your time, you know, don't worry, just keep working hard. Make sure you are doing the right things, and then it will be your time. One day you'll get there. The guiding principle of contentment. That's what I just described now. Be contented with what you have. And then, if you look at the people I've listed here, lottery winners, footballers, basketballers, musicians, actors, when they make money, have you seen that they sustain their wealth, most of them? No. 9 out of 10 footballers that were reigning 10, 15, 20 years ago, but they can't sustain their lifestyle. Some will make money and go and buy a private jet. They cannot sustain it. Some lottery winners, they did a survey on them in the US. They made a lot of money. After a few years, all of them are broke because they were not prepared for what happened to them suddenly. The kind of income that they got, you know, they were not prepared to handle it, and then they messed it all up. So, these were all our musicians. I can mention 10 musicians in Nigeria that when I was growing up, they were very rich. Today, they are struggling to, you know, survive. So we must be careful. Yes, you can make money, but we must be able to learn how to manage wealth and then not waste it. Networking, like everybody has said, get a good mentor, join groups and associations, you know, be involved in community development like we are doing here now. Whoever you are, you know, like a younger person to you, you can also encourage them, enlighten them, educate them. Do you know this man? You don't know this man? Have you read any of his books? So he's one of our prolific playwrights. He said something that is always profound for me. He said what? What a man does not know is greater than he. Like, we should always seek for more knowledge, like we have come here now. So a round of applause for all of us for coming here to seek for more knowledge. I've also learned today. And then you know this one? Saying that what? And I believe that the best learning process of any kind of craft is just to look at the work of others. The way Dr. Lafide has taught us, Bryce Chinedu has taught us, the psychologists and the other facilitators. We must look at their work and make ourselves better people. Is experience the best teacher? Have you heard it before that experience is the best teacher? Do you believe that it is the best teacher? Eh? Me, I don't believe so again. When I was growing up, I was, you know, one of our slogans was experience is the best teacher. But some people would have that experience and will never be alive to tell the story. So it's better you learn from other people's experiences, failures, successes. That is a better teacher. Am I communicating? Do you know this man? Mahatma Gandhi. As a foremost Indian leader. He says 7 things, 7 dangers to human virtue. Anytime I have the opportunity to speak to young people, I'm happy to share it. Number 1, he says what? Wealth without work. Some people, like I said, won lotteries and they came back to ground zero. Number 2, pleasure without conscience. You know what conscience means? You must think of the other person. Love your neighbor as yourself. Then number 3 is what? Knowledge without character. Yes, I made a first class, right? I made another first distinction in my master's, right? I made another PhD. I'm just giving you an example. I made another PhD distinction. But they put me to head a small board and I ate all the money. Does my knowledge have character? Do you understand? That's an example I'm giving you. So whatever it is you are, make sure that you have what? Character. If they say keep this 100 naira, and they come back next tomorrow, give them their what? 100 naira. That's what is lacking in this part of the world mostly now. If you have anybody that you can trust, believe me, that person will go far. So if there is anything I want you to take away from me, I'm an accountant by training. So I know what it means when you are put in the custody of funds and you are meant to account for it. So if you can try, make sure that whatever is put in your custody, you can always account for it. This is how it was spent, this is this, this is that. It will take you a very long way. Then it says what? Science without, business without ethics, then science without humanity, you know. Artificial intelligence is coming now, and then we have to fight. Like that man said, that, you know, the whole world organizations are trying to see how artificial intelligence will not destroy us by making us redundant. Even as accountants, we are afraid. A lot of our jobs have been taken over by softwares. You know, religion without sacrifice and politics without principle. And Malcolm X is saying that what? The future belongs to those who prepare for it today. So that 10 years time that we discussed earlier, you remember, you must be prepared for that 10 years time from now. Am I clear? What are the short-term things you want to do, improve your skills, you know, and make yourself a better person, so that by that 10 years time, you'll be where you want to be. And then the father of modern America is saying what? If you can't fly, then run. If you can't run, then walk. If you can't walk, then crawl. But whatever you do, you have to keep moving forward. Thank you very much.
Are you clapping? A round of applause for our speaker again. This is the second time I'm learning from our speaker, and he's always full of knowledge. Like, he just knows how to deliver information, priceless knowledge to any kind of audience. So thank you so much, sir, for that wonderful session. So we are about to start our breakout session. Be rest assured that we will be concluding shortly. So if you have somewhere to go, be rest assured that we factor in your schedule. So we will be taking longer period of time. I also know that this breakout session is not to fulfill all righteousness. It's full of knowledge. All right. So I need you to, whichever team you find yourself in, just know that it's as valuable as the other. None of them is greater, regardless of who your instructor is. So if you enter this room through the proper registration, you probably have a band in your hand, or you were given one. How many of us still have our wristband? If you don't have wristband, can you say wait for me? If you don't have wristband, can you wave? Please, if you don't have wristband, wave. Because that will determine the group you will be joining. Okay, those of us that don't have wristband, can you come to the front so that she can give you yours? So we will have 4 breakout sessions, and if you've not heard what breakout session is all about, it's more like a more confined place of learning, where you will just listen to one instructor, and at the end you will have a presentation to make. You will just have to recommend someone from your team that will present whatever you've learned and how you plan to execute it. It's not just as an individual what you plan to do with it. It's coming together as a team and then discussing what you've learned and how you intend to Implement it in order to maximize your leadership potentials. Are we ready? So we will be having color blue, white, and pink. If you don't have these colors, like you don't have any of this color, but you have a wristband, can you also indicate so that it can be switched? Orange, yes, there is orange here. We have color blue, white, pink, and orange. Color blue, white, pink, and orange. If you have any color that is contrary to that, can you indicate? Okay. Anna, are you with us? All right. Okay, that's what the tag has been. So either purple or pink is still the same. Okay? If you have the one that looks like pink or purple, it's still the same, please. Are we good? All right. So the first group is the blue, people wearing the blue tag. Please come this way. If you have a blue tag, come this way. If you don't have a blue tag, just stand up for me. I will direct you to where you will be sitting. Please, let's be fast about that. Remember, all right, blue, please move over to this side. If you're wearing blue tag, please move over to this side. While we do so, we want to say a thank you to our convener by giving him a symbol of well done. Mayowa is someone that just knows how to carry audience along. Mayowa can get you angry today, you'll forget it tomorrow because he just knows how to deal with human beings and he knows how to maintain relationships. He's very intentional about young people, and when I say young people, it's from the grassroots up. Young adults, teenagers, adults, and all of them. So we are inviting Honorable Lukman Lawal to present this award to our amazing convener in the person of Mayowa. Please, if you are clapping.
All right, please keep clapping. Mayowa is doing indeed so much. He doesn't know about this, not at all. He's caught unaware. You know, those that always give people things, they don't know how to receive things. Thank you so much. So, Mr. Mayowa, please. Come on, thank you.
Hello? Yes, let's get his mom to join us.
Well done, sir.
We all know that without the mother, he will not be here, isn't it? Yeah. So let's appreciate his mom. Personally, I want to congratulate you, like I've told you personally. I've been involved in youth development for a while. And I can say that the topics here are top notch. Please, a round of applause for him. When he showed me the topics, I was looking at it. This one's now high tech, you know, and honestly, the facilitators have delivered, have done so well. I mean, so much justice to the topics. And personally, I have learned, and like I said, we will take this to Lagos very soon by the grace of God. Same facilitators. We want a lot of people to enjoy from this fountain of knowledge and others. Should you come in anytime soon?
While we wait for our convenance form, Orange, please can you move this way? If you're wearing orange wristband, please move this way. Please, so that our facilitators are ready to give you their best. If you're wearing orange, can you move this way? Thank you so much. I'm so sorry I'm moving you with a chair you already have a relationship with. Don't worry, you'll go back to your seat. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Then the next color is white. you're wearing a white wristband, can you indicate? Okay, white, you'll be sitting in that area that my co-host is indicating. Please, white, go over there while we wait for our covenant move. Thank you so much for moving. Please take your personal items, and you will still go back to the seat, but just take your personal items so that you don't misplace it or forget it. Okay, we have blue here, right? Blue is here. Orange is here. You're in the spirit, you're wearing orange and you have an orange wristband. That's good. Then white is there. Please wear pink, yes. Pink or purple, whichever one you have. If you have pink or purple.
Round of applause for mommy as she joined us on stage.
Awesome. Please clap, 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 clap. Thank you so much, mommy. You gave birth to an asset to our generation.
Chinedu, please join us. Madam, Dr. Shedrack.
Ms. Uduaka, please. Miss Julie, please come. Thank you so much. Thank you. Dr. Chiedu, do you mind to give us a few seconds, please? We need you on the stage. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you very much.
So, mommy, I'm speaking Yoruba, so pardon me. So, on behalf of Ivy Lead, this is an award of appreciation presented to Mayowa Odetayo in recognition of your immense service and leadership to youth development in Nigeria. So, I've known Mayowa for a few years. He works with Mr. Tayo Oloshune, CEO Mind the Gap, and he's a very, very dependable ally. We've done a lot of things together. I'm happy that he has taken whatever he has learned from Mr. Tayo to this level, and I pray that he will go higher and higher in Jesus' name. So, yes.
Oh, you went to do slow mo. Hey, I don't like. Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. A round of applause for our convener as it goes back to his seat. By now, I believe that everyone knows their sport. Please, Blue, wave for me. Blue. Are you Blue? Wave now, wave for me. Thank you so much. Okay, this orange, right? Please wait for me. You are plenty. You better win more. So, white, where are we? Okay, good. So we'll be, now each and every one of us is seated. We'll be introducing our facilitators. Okay, Pink, where are Pink? No, they can't see them. White is already here. Okay. All right. How many of us are Pink? Please, can you wave? We just want to make sure that we are enough to form a team. Okay. Thank you so much. So we are introducing Mr. Philip Ujoko for Orange House. Please, a round round of applause as Mr. Philip comes on to take over the orange team. Mr. Philip, are you with us? Okay, thank you so much, sir. These are your people. Orange, thank you so much. So we are also calling on Miss Udwak Okure. Thank you so much, ma'am. Well, your team are the pink. They are right behind you. We are in the spirit. Please pay attention very well because we'll be making a presentation. And if you are someone that loves to present, make sure you are paying attention. So we are calling on Miss Julie for the blue team. A round of applause as Miss Julie locates the blue team. Thank you so much, ma'am. These are the blues. So we are calling on Honorable Lukman Lawal for the white team. A round of applause as Honorable Lukman Lawal takes charge of the white team.
Where is white?
It's right there. Justin, white. So it's going to be a very brief 15 minutes breakout session. Very brief and interesting. So please pay attention and grasp as much knowledge as possible. Sir, the whites. Yes, they are the back. If you like to move them, it's fine too.
Okay, it's okay.
Thank you, sir. Have we all located our facilitators? So we have 15 minutes and our time is already counting. Go closer, your facilitator doesn't bite. They are there to give you first-hand knowledge on a particular topic. So please come closer, get to know them, hear them. Fill up the space. We are no longer doing social distance. Thank you, well done. I hope you started. We have 14 minutes left.
I really do not.
See, I'm the wrong person to ask. No, no, okay, follow.
Can you hear me at the back? What I have here is going to talk about social impact. We are going to create a positive change that benefits the community and society. Once we are going to create a change, a positive change in the community or society, we can say that we have impacted that community, so that we have created an impact in that community. So that is what social impact is. Now, social impact focuses on addressing the problem, addressing the challenge. For instance, you see things like poverty, scarcity of education, some regions, or gender inequality and stuff like that. People notice that there are challenges and they decided to use social media platforms to educate and create impact to address that particular issue. So whenever it's based on social impact, it's always solving the problem, addressing the concern. For instance, now we have you see all these people talking about gender feminist. I'm a feminist, I speak for gender equality and things like that. So that was the problem, right? And people want to speak to solve and address that problem. So that is what social impact is all about. Being able to create society. Now, when someone asks us about social impact, what was social impact? How have we influenced people around us? How have we influenced? So it is the number of people whose lives have improved over the long term. That's the social impact. So you can't process it and you don't have to. We are talking about the behavior. So, as a leader, I mentioned before, based on influence. What does it mean to be influence, right? So, as a leader, you need to be able to impact people around you. You need to be able to have the level of social impact around them, people around you to do your impact, right? For instance, I'm a veteran assistant, and I love working with I think like, when he was talking about the future of remote work skills, and that's I would like to try to work with I work with them. I don't go there anymore. I wake up like tomorrow I can start my strength. Once I wake up, I just work and I work from the top of and I'm going to invest in empowering them and share language and that's what I can say my niche and influence people's lives, like in terms of my actions. That's what it is about having a social impact as a leader. Let's talk about digital marketing. We've covered the acquisition part, then digital marketing. What is it? It's using online channels to promote a message, a cause, a brand. So we can use digital and online presence, not online presence, to influence a cause. That is promote the message of all of that. Now we have different components of digital marketing. For instance, we have social media marketing. This one is like social media marketing. Like Instagram, Twitter, people are using social media marketing. I don't think anybody that comes to me, someone that is drive change. Anyone that comes to me. I propose Dr. Thank you. Very that more examples. That's I'm talking about now, I'm talking about and I'm going to use this platform to share messages that help people that go wow. This is something so I read that we have some that one is part of the doctor. I'm not saying what kind of so this is that social media has to influence and special. They have like email marketing. Talking about digital marketing, like digital marketing, like sending newsletters. That sends you newsletters about what you should know about your health diseases and things like that. So that using email as a channel to reach out to people, right? Then we have like influencer marketing. Typical example, let me start with Aquafina. You know Aquafina? He's a brand influencer for Aquafina water. So he uses that, Aquafina uses him as an influencer to be able to promote that Aquafina water for all. Drink water, so I think that we're also using influencers to promote your business. Now we have other channels, for instance, search engine optimization. We have really much technical aspects, but we have like search engine marketing, content marketing, like blog posts and the rest of them, digital marketing. Now, when we talk about digital marketing,
I hope you are learning something, and our time is fast tracking. We have like 15 minutes left, so our facilitator should be rounding up while we take 10 minutes to prepare our presentations. Thank you so much.
so let's marry this one. So that's the social marketing. You understand what digital marketing is? So let's marry this one. Digital marketing is simply using online platforms, content, and strategies to promote a cause and inspire action that benefits community and society. Remember I talked about social media, digital marketing. So this is online platforms to promote the cause that influences that at, for instance, I don't know if there's a platform called Slum School. Have you heard of Slum School? Slum School. Now, Slum School is a platform like on Instagram, and what they basically focus on is helping people that are in underserved areas in Nigeria that don't have access to school, right? They use it to promote and get sponsorship and put those people from the street and put them in school. So that's a typical example of using an online space to promote something that benefits the community. There are so many examples. Let's come down to one level. EndSARS. EndSARS means well, everything that was the fact online, people ask that EndSARS. That lets them looking to use and right, so things like that are like using online space to drive projects that benefit society. Now, when it comes to building your social impact, what are the things you need to consider? The first thing is to define your message. Define your message. Who are you? Sorry, define your message. What are you advocating for? Let's start this. For instance, let's say, what is it? Fatima says, I'm a leader. I want to drive social impact. I want to add engagement in my community. So I will tell you, I don't feel like it's not project, but the family is the cost of living. That's the fact. Social media sponsor me to be able to buy and go to your street. What is an example of that? Anybody? Now we have this. What are my activities? Define your message and your mission. What are you organizing for? What is the change of voice? The next thing is to know your audience. Who are your audience? Let me see Fatima here. Fatima is common girl in the street and access. What have so who are the target audience are girls in the slum. Girls that young girls that their parents are street. What? The next thing is like, what can I find somewhere? If you're probably going to assembly, the person are you going I'm coming down as before we enter inside assembly right now, I will find your target. I can okay, now I try to go to my car, I'm one of the state you find your target for there. So the next thing is, where can I find now the next thing is to choose the platform. Which platform can you find your audience goes right? Remember I said, for this particular course.
By now, you should be preparing your presentations. Thank you so much. And I trust you've learned a lot so far.
Then you now go through creating your content, and then now create content, post content, then you measure that. I don't really have time now, but when it comes to Instagram, there are different types of platforms like Instagram, X, LinkedIn, TikTok, Facebook. Now each of these have different audiences. For example, if you want to find an audience, youth, let me call it youth, Gen Z, and all of that. That's what platform is best to do. TikTok. What was that? even if you spend like one hour, you can make a very nice they will have like a platform like of course, the someone's reality well, for me, I feel like that's my AI is because I can't say that when I use it, get it out. So content and how to create content and stuff like that. They will have like a WhatsApp and Telegram where you can just post your have like website. Okay, you have seen what you do. Now, when it comes to creating a high
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please present it for blue, for white, for pink, and for white, and for orange. Please, you can start going back to your seat. Team White are ready with their presenters. Team Blue, are you ready? Have you chosen your presenter? Team Orange and Pink. Please, you can start going back to your seats while we take your presentations. Thank you so much for your time. Don't worry. If you did not finish, you will have a WhatsApp group to conclude. You have a rigorous time to do it. But the little you learned, you would love to have a presentation. Please, let's go back to our seats.
If you believe that I cross the great ocean, walk across the water to walk. Believe you can move the highest mountain, cross the great ocean, walk across the water. If you believe. They said that all you need is faith, but it's almost like you lost your way. Took a few wrong turns, took a few breaks, falling behind now looking for grace. Cause you need someone to lift you up, yeah, make right of the things you've done. Cause on your own you never know, you never know. If you believe, you need the highest mountains, off the greatest ocean, off across the world. Believe you can move the highest mountain, on the greatest ocean, across the water. If you believe.
Please don't we are about to close. If you started with us, it's good to close with us. So we are calling on Francisca to come and tell us a brief about about our experiences, I believe, while our presenters get ready. Orange, are you ready? White is ready. Blue, are you ready? Blue, are we ready? Blue, who is the next for me?
Over 2 million people have been transformed or benefited from leadership initiatives. Good day, everyone. My name is Chukwunalu Francisca. This is my success story. At first, I was just a normal senior secondary school student. I never had the idea of being into any leadership role due to some not so awesome retrospect. So eventually, I vied for the position of head girl at my senior secondary school. And luckily, I got it. I found myself in this position, but I didn't really know how to exert my leadership potentials. That's where Ivy League came in. Ivy League taught me leadership in another level. I understood the call of leadership. I understood that leadership is not just an authoritative position, but a call to service. From mentorship to seminars, I understood the basic knowledge about leadership and all that. A wise person once said, to exert perfect leadership, you have to change your abilities to capabilities. This reframes changing raw opportunities or raw opportunities into actionable potentials and strength. My name is Chukwunalu Francisca. That's my success story. I believe strengthening leaders across the ladder. Thank you.
Stand up, stand up. The champions, the champions.
Come on. So we are calling on Team White for their presentation. Remember, your time accuracy is very also important. Please, 2 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Josephine Openeteri. I'm going to be presenting for Team White. And we talked about financial literacy for young leaders. That was what our group discussed. Now, before we started,
please, can we pay attention? If you don't pay attention while someone is presenting, how do you learn from other people's breakout session? This is also an avenue for you to learn from what happened in their breakout session. Just for 2 minutes, please, let's pay attention. Don't go here to see have something for you. So, please go ahead.
Okay, so we discussed about financial literacy for young leaders, and the first thing we did was to identify the gaps. Why is it that our young leaders do not have enough financial information to be able to thrive as leaders in the society? And we identified the following gaps. The first is parental negligence to financial literacy for children and youth. Then the second is get-rich-quick syndrome. The third is improper consumption of role model and mentorship. The fourth is another one is mentorship influence. And the fifth is gap in proper information and access to make clean money. And another one we identified was that youths are not taught early enough about financial literacy. Then we also identified that the government and other financial institutions have a role to play, which is not pronounced. And lastly, we talked about stakeholder role to play, and we identified some stakeholders. So what are the solutions? What can be done to ensure that youth have the proper information about how to use and maintain their finances? And the first thing was that parents should encourage their children to be involved in business and learn while growing up, so that when they get old enough, they can practice those things that they were taught. Then the second was that because of lack of proper mentorship and training, role model involvement has to be clear so that they do not take in negative influences from their stars. For example, the musicians who emphasize on making money without telling you the way they actually make the money. So if that developing was quick money syndrome. Then another thing is that the society has a responsibility to dissuade young people from the scourge of money without work. Then we also learn that when we learn about financial discipline and financial contentment, we can be able to curtail our finances as youth to be able to thrive. Then another one is real world opportunities. The government and other institutions should make real world opportunities for youth to make clean money so that their money will not be staying and it will not be used wrongly. Then another one was that we should teach investment opportunity early for youth and children so that when they grow, they will not be spending their money or making their money the wrong way. Then another thing is financial accountability for youth. When you are in your mommy's store, when you are giving money to do anything, you should be able to use your money properly. Then another one is deep financial literacy and enlightenment, particularly from government organizations like CBN, Ministry of Finance, and the rest of them. Then we identify the stakeholders that should be able to take a role in this, which are the parents, community leaders, religious organizations, business leaders, and political office holders. Thank you. A
round of applause for the wife. Thank you so much, Justine, for that beautiful presentation. Did you get anything from her session? Did you get anything from her presentation? Please tell me. Okay, we are calling on Team Blue. Team Blue, please come forward for your presentation.
Hello everyone, good afternoon, good evening. My name is Blessing Musubu, representing Team Blue on personal branding and networking. So a brand is all that you stand for. It is what pops in everybody's mind when they hear your name, when they see you. It could be your colors, it could be your typeface, it could be your face, it could be your voice. There are people who we see them and we start thinking of some things. You see VDM on TikTok and you're thinking, who is it coming to drag? You see Bobrisky and you're like, who has pissed him, her off now? Right? So that's the personal brand. The personal brand is all that you stand for. And there are 4 laws that guide personal branding. You have specialization, visibility, authenticity, and connection. Your specialization is like your niche, is where you function. It is the topics that you focus on. It is the things people consistently hear you talk about and represent. It could be anything from crime to governance to development, it could be any sector, but it's something that people, can always refer to you on. This is what you stand for. That's a specialization. Next up is visibility. You cannot know things or represent something and be in shadows. You can't hide yourself. You have to be online, you have to be present, you have to speak at events, you have to make yourself known. You have to be ready to be a face to what you represent. So visibility. And the third thing is authenticity. You cannot represent something outside and be a different thing inside. You can't stand for women's rights and you're enslaving your house girl at home. You can't stand for feminism and your house girl at home cannot even eat with you at your table, right? So whatever you're going to represent outside, you have to be that same person inside. You should not be caught off guard going against the things you stand for. And lastly, but very importantly, is connection. For your ideas to spread, like Seth Godin will say, the ideas that sell the most are the ideas that are known. For your ideas to spread, you have to connect with people, network with people at events, be ready to talk about the things you do, meet new people, learn from them, and also teach them. So we had a conversation in our breakout session. Is it possible to fake it until you make it? And the straightforward answer is no. while it is okay to package yourself and try to, look like the rooms you want to be in, it is very important to understand the room for vulnerability. Allow people connect with your story. Do not, put yourself up here when you're still like here. There are people who you can connect with at every level and every stage of your journey. I have 2 questions to leave with you. In the next 3 months, what do you want to stand for? And what can you start doing today to represent that image in 3 months' time? Thank you.
A round of applause for Team Orange, are we together? Team Orange, guys, the presentation. Team Pink, are you getting ready?
Okay, good evening, everyone. My name is Aisha Inoa, and with me, okay, we are from the project management group facilitated by Philip Idoko, and what we're discussing about was project management. And from our discussion, we said project management are a series of activities that are planned, executed, implemented, monitored, and evaluated within a specific period of time. So for project management from our discussion starts with an idea. You identify, okay, that there's a problem, because someone was asked, okay, from your community, what do you think the problem is? And he said it was a traffic issue. Then we asked him, what can you do to manage that traffic issue? And he said, okay, I can gather a group of volunteers and then tell them to, okay, come together and see how we can manage this issue. So that's an idea. So project management starts with your idea, then comes with what? Trying towards implement that your idea to make it something meaningful. So for project management, there are key process of project management. You don't just manage a project. First, you start with initiating. That's what, thinking about your problem and then bringing up the idea you want to solve this problem with. Planning, executing, and then monitoring and evaluation. So for principles of project management, number 1, your vision must be clear. Number 2, you must be very transparent with your teammates. And number 3, you must want to collaborate. It's not just a one-man thing. You have to collaborate with your team. So before we leave, I'll give you just 2 useful tips for your project management. You should get a mentor. In anything you do, you have to meet somebody that has been in that field so you can learn from them. And then the last thing, stick to your vision. Let your vision be clear. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for Team Orange. A round of applause for Team Orange. Shopping, your representative. A round of applause for Team.
Hi everybody, my name is Sani Korean and I'll be representing Team Digital Marketing for Social Impact. We talk about digital marketing, we talk about social impact, how we marry them together. And we talk about how to advocate, what to do if you want to advocate on social media, your audience, your target audience, and which media to use. And right now, I am standing here. I will be identifying what we talk about in my group. Now, I'm identifying what to talk about in my group. I am an advocate for sexual gender-based violence. And I want to go out on social media to talk about sexual gender-based violence. What am I supposed to do? How do I start? I start by knowing my message. Knowing my message, recognizing my audience, the social media I will use. So now I want to go as a sexual gender-based violence advocate on social media. My message is, what do I tell to people? What do I preach to people? I preach to people sexual gender is violent, what to do when encountered with it, who to talk to about it, and how to speak out, how survivors can speak out. Because many people that have encountered SGBV, they don't really speak out, they feel traumatized. So how to speak out and break free from the trauma, that is what's happening. So as an advocate, I tell people how to speak out, tell them. So now my audience is young people and their parents. Where do I find my audience? Facebook and TikTok. TikTok to find the young people, Facebook to find their parents. Thank you.
You're not speaking on your own time, but we are done with you. Thank you so much. Thank you. A round of applause for Tiffany. Very passionate team. Thank you so much. Thank you. Don't worry, we'll still have a proper presentation and you'll be taking public speaking or the course on public speaking. So be rest assured that this is not the end. Are we good? So we are calling on our facilitator to come and give us a little bit about Ivy League and a closing remark. You see, I told you, we are done. Mr. Mayowa, please, we need you on the stage. Thank you so much. A round of applause as Mr. Mayowa. All right, so we'll be having Mr. Kayode on stage. Okay, with a round of applause, can we make welcome Mr. Kayode? He's the chief organizer of Unleash Your Leadership Potentials Conference. Very, very diligent. A round of applause, please. If you know how much he put in for all of this to be here with Mr. Mayowa, you clap more. Please, a round of applause. If someone does something well, he deserves a well done. Please clap, 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 clap. Thank you, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I want to say thank you to everyone who took our time to be here today. I want to say a very, very big thank you to you for coming. And just to let you know that after now, we're having a 6 month training for those who have registered for different teams. So please take a look to your WhatsApp. We'll be having all of the facilitators, we'll be having hands on deck, and we'll want to see the impact that you bring to the team. So I was supposed to also be the judge for the people that came to speak, and I want to announce the winner, right? We are all winners, so there's no winner. All right, so we're all winners. So with a joy from our hearts, I want to say a very big thank you to you guys, and we hope to see you for all of our conferences that will be coming your way. So I bring up the main person, the reason why we are here today, Mr. Mayowa. Come and take over. Thank you.
Please, can we put our hands together for K? Because we don't have time, I would have said something about karaoke. So immediately I got this leading to start this project. I just reached out to K. Yeah, I have more on it. And I could tell you that this guy started using the flyer of this event from November last year till today. Please. The guy carried the project for head. I want to really say publicly, I'm grateful. Thank you so much. Thank you. And to all the team members, I can't thank you enough. Without you guys, this event will be able to be. I'm not sure the moderators, everybody is involved. I can't call names. I want to say a big thank you to the media guys, Gabriel, Messi. I want to say thank you to the facilitators, the MC, the team guys. I can't call all your names, but just know I really, really appreciate you. Thank you so much. God bless you. And to all the participants, we just started the journey. And this journey is one that I promise you, you will never forget in a hurry. Stay put to the WhatsApp group. We're taking you on a ride for 6 good months. Facilitators that are massive are going to be communicating with you. The breakout sessions, you're going to get more facilitators that are going to be speaking to you. And to crown it all, you're going to replicate whatever you've learned. And we're going to actually follow you. God bless you. Thank you for showing up. I'll see you next time. See you on social media. God bless you. I also want to say a big thank you to my mother. Thank you so much for coming. I love you. This is the beginning of greater things to come. God bless you all. And OMYB, God 7 in a game out. Thank you so much. God bless you. Thank you to Catalyst Church. Thank you to DLC. Thank you to everybody. Thank you to Blossom Pathway Foundation. Thank you, everybody, and God bless you.
If you do the training online, now you come up again so you can.
I have vision, no, I believe. I know I can count.